What do we want to do, guys? Do we want to listen through the track first? Do we want to just dive into a breakthrough, walk through what's kind of the vibe?
Yeah, just tell us how you made the track, show us a little bit about it, and then tell us what you think might need to be mixed.
Cool. Sweet. So, started the track with the hook. Um, I actually wrote this and then co-wrote the rest of it with Lucy, who's singing on this. Um, the song is about imposter syndrome. So if those of you are familiar with that, that's a very familiar experience for me. It's packaged in a dark pop song, as it would be, being me. But yeah, that's basically what it's about. So all vocals are tracked through the ISA preamp, two different mics. So the lead vocals and some of the doubles are tracked through this Manly Ref C. Um, and the a lot of the hums and the backing vocals are tracked through another mic. I tracked it through the Slate emulation mic. I forgot what it's called, but I tracked it through that on a ribbon microphone emulation to make it like more mid-rangey and darker so that there's more contrast between the lead vocal and the backing vocals. I always like to just track BVs and stuff if I can, either like on an SM7B or on like a darker microphone, so that there's like just naturally more contrast from a tonal standpoint, so they sit in their own kind of space. Um, yeah, what else? What else did I record? I recorded these snaps through. These are all my snippy snaps.
Mm, nice snaps.
Yeah. So I have got all these layered in with my claps. Not really much on there, honestly. Just a bit of reverb, um, a bit of saturation on there. That's it, and a bit of EQ. Like nothing. That's just how they sounded like when they came in. I tracked them through the console mode so that there was a little bit of saturation on the way in, just around snaps are like really pokey. So I wanted to kind of warm them up around the initial transients of them. And then some fun stuff. Let's have a look here. All my perks, pretty much all my perks are hand recorded. So these. Just recorded that in with these on this SM7B. So I just like tapped these and then I resampled it and then played the pattern in. Um, I did some stuff to it. I definitely mangled it up a little bit. I think I messed around with the pitch of them just to make it a bit wonkier and wacky and that kind of thing. Got some claps here. Just put like some saturation stuff. It sounded like before. My sweaty palms. You know how sweaty they are. Just de-sweating them, you see. So that's like the majority of the stuff that I recorded through, and then I just layered in, some like splice stuff and that kind of thing just to build and like support it. But whenever I've got the opportunity, oh, actually, I forgot one other thing that I recorded. I'll show you that in a sec. But yeah, I was gonna say whenever have the opportunity to just record like home sounds, like Foley stuff, just makes it a little bit more me, a little bit more imperfect, a little bit more like personal to like my surroundings and that kind of thing that just makes it feel a little more like unique to where I am and my environment and that kind of thing. So one final thing, I recorded some knives. Um there's like some delay and stuff on there, but I just took two kitchen knives and was just like slicing them together to get that kind of, weird percussion that just sounds a little bit different to just a standard hi-hat or shaker or that kind of thing. A bit more tonal, just a little bit more interesting. Um, so the perks just kind of like sound like this. That's all mainly just the stuff that I tracked through. So whenever I get the opportunity to do that, and the song feels like it kind of calls for a little bit more of that kind of DIY alternative approach, I always try and grab that. Um, yeah, what else, guys? What else do you want to see? What questions do you have?
Let's listen through and maybe they'll prompt some questions.
Sweet. All right.
Little girl, ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself. Miles above, miles above. I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself. Heaven help me.
All right, that's it. That's our
Sick,
little
man, sick.
minute about imposter syndrome. Yeah, what questions do you guys have? Knives out.
Knives Out. That sounds good. Sounds really nice.
Thanks,
That
man.
the vocals sound good through that box.
Yeah, they do. It's
But
And that's with minimal processing on the vocals right now.
I'll show you exactly what's on here. NEQ.
one EQ.
There you
That's
go.
just taking out some low end and then just this little build up here, which is my
Mm.
root. And then I just turn it down. That's it.
Yeah, those are gonna sound great when they have verb on them. It's gonna eat that verb
Yeah,
up
it's
really
so
well.
dry, right?
Yep.
So in terms of aside from balancing and Kevin doing his magic, locking in all the low end and the relationship between the transients and creating that real depth and width that he's just unbelievably good at. It's just like wet effects as well, source like that stuff that we're missing here. Like there's not a lot of that. There's not a lot of that kind of immersiveness in terms of spatials on vocals, on ad libs, on like that kind of thing. So that would be the main thing. I think aside from the foundation, which is what needs work here.
Yep. Still some stuff to do on it. It's gonna be interesting
Yeah,
to see
totally.
the all, it already sounds great, but I think everyone will be surprised that Kevin's gonna noticeably make it even sound
Oh
more
yeah.
deep and wider and richer and fuller and all that stuff, which is part of mixing.
Yeah.
So awesome track, Chris. Thank you. And by the way, we never take a penny from any of the partners we work with for talking about their stuff. We just use what we use and we use the stuff we like. And so Chris, if he didn't like it, would tell you so. So he has no
Certainly would.
reason to to say anything flowery about it, but I've only heard good things about this box. It's pretty new and it's pretty exciting. I only
And
wish
it's
they would
shiny and
send
blue.
me one.
Yeah, it's shiny and blue and
I like
yeah.
the color. It
It
looks
looks
good.
great, man. I
Yeah,
hate to
Yeah.
be that type of person, but man, it
Oh,
looks
it does make
awesome.
a
it's
difference
really
though.
pretty.
Like when I put it in my rack, I was like, oh, that's
It's really pretty. All right, man. Thanks a lot.
yeah, of course.
All right. Let's jump back in really quick. Today we're having the pleasure of watching Mr. Kevin McCloskey mix. If you haven't met Kevin before, if you're not in one of our programs, he's one of our great mentors in our reverse engineer program, but 5 times Grammy nominated, 2x Billboard #1, 32x gold and platinum. He'd be really good if he'd have won one of those Grammys, but
Yeah.
sorry, man.
No, it gives me, space to improve. So
No, he's literally one of the best mix engineers on the planet Earth right now. So it's a pleasure to get to watch him this week. I'm excited to watch your work, man.
I'm excited to be here, man. It's always fun hanging out with the gang.
Let's do a little mixing philosophy about what we're going to talk about today, and then we'll dive into the demonstration. First question I want to ask is, why do we mix? What is it really about? Why do we mix? To make it sound better. All of the answers that you're giving in chat are correct. They are all reasons why we mix. But at the core of everything we do, we have to remember, and it's just worth noting, that it always comes back to giving that composition, giving that production, giving what Chris did in this case, the highest possible level of emotional impact. Emotion has to speak to people. That's what music is all about. It needs to immerse and wrap around people and take them into an illusion that we create through the song that can influence them, affect them, alter their mood. That's what we're doing as musicians, is trying to say something, trying to alter and ultimately affect people. So all of Kevin's moves, every move that Kevin makes through the whole mix process, ultimately isn't just some technical thing, but has to fall back to emotional impact on some level. And so over the next 3 days, we're going to talk about how the technical things tie into the emotion. We'll start today by talking about immersiveness. One of the key things that we're doing, we imagine the listener sitting on the couch listening to the song. We want them to feel like they're inside the mix. We want it to wrap around them. We want it to feel like they enter into it. And immersiveness really comes down to 3 elements. We have height, width, and depth. Width in music is easy to understand. That's our stereo. That's our panning. That's our width. Height is usually pretty easy to understand, but if you haven't thought about the concept of height in music, it has a lot to do with frequencies. We feel frequencies in different parts of our body. We feel bass and low end in our gut, in our connection that our legs have to the ground. It's the grounding element in a track. We feel mid-range in our chest and our heart area. It's the warmth that can wrap around us in our chest. And then highs we feel up in our head and above us. So there's literal height happening in our perception of audio as we listen based upon frequency range that we have. Doesn't mean we always have to have the full range of frequencies, but immersive moments usually do. So we need to think about where we're placing things in the frequency range, that we don't have stuff building up too much in some frequency that it's masking other frequency ranges. That's why we do that. So we can create this towering sound that people can enter into. And then the least understood, I think, element of this is depth. We've heard of depth, but one of the most common issues I see with more amateur mixers is that there's either too much depth or there's not enough. It's really easy to overcompress everything and everything's just right here. It's really easy to wash everything out and everything feels out there. But real depth is the distance between those things, these quietest pads, the verb, the bass, and our loudest transients. If you've never thought about what depth is in a mix, it's really that. The stuff that's furthest away is usually our quietest pads, verbs, and our bass. And the loudest transients are the things that sound most forward. And the space in between is the range, the space that people enter into physically almost as they listen to this stuff. It feels like you're walking into it if you have great depth. So a big thing that we'll talk about today with this foundation first method is setting the foundation of the depth very first. That we identify the key players in depth, some of the biggest elements in depth, and that we give attention to those as we set our foundation so that everything else can build around that as we continue to build upon our depth later in the mix. So try to pay attention to how Kevin does that. It's a method we give you, but I also want you to make sure that you hear it and understand the depth that he's creating. Another thing we're going to talk about today is balance. A lot of you said balance when we were talking about why do we mix. But balance is essential for loudness. Later, a mastering engineer would tell you and understand that frequencies that aren't balanced are very hard to master loud. But if you get great balance, and especially, like I said, in your low end, you can actually get great loudness without it sounding flat. And so another thing that the foundation method does is it helps you and allows you to set that great foundation of low end early in the mix. We're going to get the right amount of low end. And what's great about this method is that we're going to use meters in a way that even if you don't have a perfect room, you can really understand how much low end you're supposed to have in your mix. So this is going to be really handy for you. So today's focus, foundation first method, set the depth, balance the low end. We're also going to get into session preparation. I don't know how much you've had a chance to do of that yet, Kevin, but whatever you've done, you can just kind of walk us through it and continue on from there. Any questions about any of this so far? Should we dive into the demo and answer questions as we go? What are transients? So transients are the sharp spikes in like a sound. So like a fast, loud sound is a transient. Or I guess more technically, the attack part of any waveform is the transient of it. And the body of the waveform is what happens after that.
Yeah, the initial hit in that moment. So the attack on a snare, attack on, a hi-hat. It can be on anything really, but it's easier to visualize with like percussion.
Yep. Any other questions? Are you mixing using a sub?
No, I typically mix on headphones. But if I am mixing, yes, I like to hear like a full range of everything, especially what's happening in the low end. Some people don't. But I don't really like to guess how things are reacting that low. So I prefer to mix with a sub on, but not a sub that's like not balanced with the rest of the system. I just want to hear the extension.
Yep, 100%. And to answer a lot of the questions, replays are always sent out later today. We're going to send out an email. They also show up in the school group. So if you're not in the school group, make sure you're in there, and the multi-tracks will be given to you at the end of today. All right, let's dive into demo. Hand it over to Mr. Kevin. Watch the wizard work.
Yeah, man. Well, I want everybody to watch this because I mean these multi-tracks are pretty awful. So I'm really gonna do a lot. I'm just kidding. The thing is, these are great, right? Chris did an amazing job with everything from the vocal tracking to the sound selection. And we always have to keep that in mind is I'm sure a lot of us in here that's ever tried to mix a song, especially one that wasn't great, the amount of time that we spend on that versus the amount of time that we spend on something that's done really well like this. And you'll see even having these multi-tracks, like how much easier it is to actually be creative, right? To enhance, because the our job as mixers is typically fix problems and then enhance. Well, if there's not really any problems to fix or very, very small, that gives us all of, our headspace. It gives all our energy into actually enhancing this. Um, and so just keep that in mind. If you do feel like if you've been working on your own music and you're not in the best recording environment or you don't, you're not using the best sounds for production, really think about upping those too before you really get on yourself about where you're at mixing because it just makes it easier, right? It just sounds better if it starts out better. It's like using like terrible ingredients. Like we can use a bunch of seasoning when we cook, but if we have amazing tomatoes and amazing basil and the most, you know, the best cheese you can have in the world, it's going to be tasty by itself. We're not going to have to do as much. It's the same thing when it comes to mixing. So,
Instantly hungry.
right.
Thanks.
That's why we hang out. Yeah.
Kevin and I, whenever we travel together, we have like a secret order of let's find the best food places locally.
Yeah.
Always our adventure every time. So we both love food.
Yeah, it's, and you can find whatever analogy works for you in all this, but the best thing you can do is get the highest quality everything before you start. And that's performance, acoustics and sound selection, production, and that comes over time, right? So, if you're not there yet, that's fine. You're still going to learn a bunch of great techniques, but mixing is a lot easier when it sounds good. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. I'm gonna take off my hat just for anybody that ever mixes with headphones on. If you don't have like a uh, suction all the way on it on your ear or the covering up, it can affect how it sounds. So I always lose a lot of low end when I'm wearing a hat or something like that. So I'll take that off and let's take a look at this session here. So I've
Your hair
split it
looks
up.
great today, Kevin.
You said what?
Your hair looks great today, mom.
I appreciate it. My barber and my backup barber are out of town today. So, um, anyways, we're gonna embrace it.
Yeah.
You deserve
We're
that.
not here for that. We're not here for me. We're here for the mixing. So, um, all right. So I always split it up into groups. Now, you can do this however you want, but I do recommend it being in some sort of order that makes sense to you. Then I expect you to do this the same way every time once you figure out what order works best for you. So for me, it's always drums, and I keep those blue because blue is default. Then bass is brown. So we have a couple different bass, and I kept the bass layers in here because they're playing exactly what the bass is playing. So I want to kind of treat those as one. Maybe I'll split off something like this Brahm right here on the chorus, but I don't know. Then pianos and keys are purple for piano, and then synths are pink just because I like that color when it's next to purple. And then usually vocal chops I'll put like as an orange or light orange or something, and then any effects are back to blue. Now, what I do in the middle is when I have a template, the only thing I typically do is routing on a template. Sometimes I have some go-tos. Like anybody that watches my stuff knows I love like this warm room. I use that a lot on vocals. And so these are things that I use. I have a few more I put in here. But these are just reverbs and delays that I can access quickly if I need to. Um, and then I use a mix bus within the session. So like I kind of master within the session. And so everything goes to a mix bus. And then the master section I only use for monitoring. So I don't use the volume at all. And I print within the session. So like once the mix is done, I'll use this track to actually record the mix back in versus going file and bounce mix. And then vocals are down at the bottom. Now, if it looks weird because these are split up, the reason is, and I explain these like whenever we do these in-person sessions too, but if you ever go to a studio that has like a large format console, anything that has more than probably 24 channels is going to have your master section right in the middle. So that's where we're controlling the volume. We maybe have some VCA faders here or some aux returns or whatever's going on. Sometimes your master bus compressor is right there. Or mix bus, the two bus compressor. And so a lot of times when I've ever done sessions over there, I'll put all my instruments on one side and then I'll put all my vocals on the other side. And the idea behind that is if I know I'm working on vocals, I'll just go to the right side of the board. And then I can figure out where I'm at. If I need to work on the instruments, I go to the left side of the board. And it's all right there. Well, the same thing when I'm working in the session. So if I hear something and I'm like, okay, I want to work on the drums, boom, boom, boom. Then I'm like, okay, I need to do now the vocals come in funny here, so I'm gonna scroll down, and now my vocals are separate. So I'm never trying to have to like go through and see like, okay, where's the vocals against the keys? It's like vocals are here, instruments are here, and then the instruments are always color coded. Sometimes I will color code the vocals, but there's not anything going on this, right? So it's like I can visually see what's happening, and I mix everything from the edit window. I haven't found a use of mixing it from the mix window. I can do everything I can do on the mix window from the edit window right here. And but I can visually see what's actually happening. So instead of like memorizing where our markers are at and all those types of things, um, it's it's just right here. I like to bounce around like that. Sometimes I will go through and put markers in. Those are very, very effective when you're like actually working with a client, like in the room or something like that, and they say, "Hey, go to course one, go to course two." But I can kind of see where it's like, okay, this is the verses, these are the chorus sections. Next verse, chorus section, outro with some ad libs, right? So I can visually see that in my head, intro right here. So that's up to you. I'm just more of like a, hey man, let's get in, let's get it rocking. And then if I do run into a situation where I need a little bit more organization, I might go in and just say like, okay, I'm gonna, you know, I'll come in here and set a marker, right? We'll call it chorus. That's not how you spell that word. Chorus one, something like that, right? And so nothing crazy, not overthinking it. Um, and sometimes I'll do that while we listen through it. So that's sort of the organization. The last thing that I have on here is a meter, right? So I use this meter for all portions of my mix. So I use the VU meter and the peak metering for when it's kind of pre-mastered volume. Then I use the LUFS meter that is in here. This is the SSL Meter Pro. I like it. The technique that we're going to teach is based around VU and peak metering. So there's tons of VU meters, there's tons of peak meters. If you can find one where they're both in one, it's easier. If you have to use two, it's totally fine. It does not change your sound. It's just what we're using to figure out what's going on. And then this is something called metric AB, which in itself has some loudness meters, which aren't quite as accurate as the Meter Pro, in my opinion. But we can use this, and here's a reference that Chris sent me of the song so that I can check it just in case and just kind of get an overall feel. And I have it synced. So like as we go through the song, let's see.
Heaven help me.
So as I get to the point where I'm kind of getting it up to volume, I'll listen back at this to say like, okay, maybe there's a part in it that I'm missing, or like a key part that needs to be way louder or way softer that I'm unsure about. So, yeah, that's pretty much in the session organization. The last thing is routing. So I do a lot of bus work to save time, at least on vocals. I'll do a lot of bus work. Just make sure that when you're routing this, that they're routed to the right place, especially if you're using like an internal mix bus here. Because sometimes if you don't route it properly, things will get left out. So all these that are routed to monitor left, right, I really want these to be monitored to my mix bus. The only thing I don't do a lot of bus work on is like drums. I like to tend to leave those alone.
So for those of you, we're keeping up with most of the questions in chat, but a really great thing you can do, especially if you're newer, is get a notepad out and start right. If you hear a term that you don't understand, you can ask about it in chat, but I would also just write it down, because a lot of that stuff is going to be different per DAW. Like how you bus something in a DAW is going to be different logic as opposed to Pro Tools. And I would just write it down and then Google how to do that in your DAW later, because that's not going to be foundationally important to overall mixing, other than you need to learn it. But we we don't have time to break it down for every dot here, but I would just get a notepad out, and if you hear something you don't understand, just jot it down, because a lot of that's very Googleable. And focus on the high level, like the philosophy, the approach, the why behind what we're doing, because that's the biggest needle mover that you can get over 3 days.
For sure. Okay, so we're gonna start with this. So the thing that I want everybody to keep in mind is that to me, depth is everything, right? So other people might have different philosophies, but the more depth that we can create, the more appropriate amount of depth, the more space it gives us to work in. And the more that we can use our frequency spectrum, right, from lows to highs, the actual more space we have to work in. So if we have bass and we're not pushing bass down, that's okay. It might be appropriate, but we have to work in a lot smaller space this way, right? Same thing if we don't have depth. Well, we have a lot less space to work in, right? I want to work in this much space and put layers in there. And the whole idea is like understanding transients and how transients respond, and that's going to be something that happens over time. But in general, what I'm going to do is, above all else, when it comes to mixing, gain staging is first, right? So we have to do proper gain staging. And what that is just getting the appropriate levels the entire time while we mix, right? Gain staging technically starts at the recording process. And not only is it about like having levels where we're not peaking, but it's also about where we're hitting sweet spots in gear and things like that. So, I wouldn't recommend being that person that retracts at like -25 or -30, below zero type thing. It's like you find the sweet spot, give yourself, we're looking for about 5 dB of headroom. So I'm going to listen to sort of a dense part of the song, which seems to be this last chorus here, and I'm going to listen with everything playing. And hopefully when we get a mix, that the mix is already balanced like this is. If not, then you can kind of start to gain stage individually if you want. Because once we start mixing, we're going to bring each track in one by one. But let's just take a quick listen here and let's see what our levels are showing us. Remember, what we're looking for is a 0 VU and a -5 peak. So the low mids are going to contribute the most to our VU, and the transients are going to contribute the most to the peak. Things like kick drum, snare drum, things like that. So we're trying to fall within that range. And it's okay if it's not exactly there when we start, but we need to make sure we're starting with a good level. So
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
okay, so it looks good. Hypothetically, if we had something, if we did this, and let's just say what does it look like if it's all over the place?
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
So sometimes we'll get sessions like that and we're like, okay, we got to bring these down. And other times you'll get them where they're too low, we have to bring it up. So what I like to do is, you shoot for that 0 VU, but if I'm at -5 here, I would rather bring that VU up, right? I'd rather bring the low end up to kind of match the depth that I'm looking for at a pre-mastering level. And remember, this is only for pre-mastering. We'll hit a step after we do the drums and bass where we get up to a mastering level. We don't care about VU anymore because it's going to be off the charts. So the good thing is that Chris really knows what he's doing. He has great gain staging. And when we get this session, everything's ready to go. So this is a treat as a mixing engineer because we are in the enhance, right? We don't have to start fixing a bunch of problems or weird gain staging problems. So one more time, let's look at this section and we'll see that we're at about a -5 with the peak and we're a little bit under 0. That's fine. There's also, you can calibrate these. They're typically calibrated to -18. So if we were to leave it at a basic VU calibration like this, it'll probably be close to 0.
Heaven help me.
Right, so dead on for -18. The reason why I use 15 is because I like to live a little more dangerous. And all that's showing me is that my reference level is going to, when I'm hitting 0, it's going to be just a little bit more bass. So we always recommend starting at 18, which is perfect where Chris is at. And just for me, for my personal preference, I've found that 15 is closer to the bass levels that I like to hear when I mix. You might be at like a 16 or a 17. or an 18. It can vary based on genre, but for now, for most modern genres, that 18 is a good number. But it's really just about it just shows you where your low end is at compared to your transients. And now stay with me if you don't know what I'm talking about. It'll all make sense. But that's kind of what we're looking at now. So my goal is a -5 here and a 0 VU here.
Couple
Go ahead.
a couple quick numbers to remember if it's going a little fast. 0 VU and -5 true peak. And these are going to tie into that depth that I'm talking about. Two of the major players of depth in a mix happen to be your bass, because it's something we feel a lot, but also like your kick and your snare, which are often sometimes the biggest transients in the mix. And so what Kevin's doing here is directly related to that, right? We're going to be checking where that VU is, which has a lot to do with measuring the bass, and then that true peak is measuring the brightness of the transients of like your kick and your snare. And this is effectively your depth.
Correct. And also, as we're getting this set pre-mastering, it is over exaggerated too. So as you follow these numbers, you might feel like, hey, this is like a lot, or like that kick is really forward, or the snare is really forward. And as we turn up into limiting, we're actually pushing it into the range that it needs to be at a mastered level, because no one in here has ever heard a mix before. You've only heard mastered mixes. So we have to mix with that in mind versus losing our entire depth at the mastering stage. So, but yes, Caleb, 100% right. What this is establishing is like where the sustain of the bass can hold to establish, the back of our depth in the low end, and then the transient forward. And the reason why we focus on these first is because these will be affected the most by the limiter, right? We'll hear if they're breaking apart. We'll hear if there's, distortion, if they get like flubby or something's weird about them. And that's really important is channeling, getting that low end really locked in first before you do anything else, because the other vocals and other instruments are affected by a limiter a lot, but mostly in volume and sometimes in brightness. Um, so we get these set first because it gives us a good depth, get it up to a mastered volume, then we continue with the rest of the mix.
We're not worried about LUFS right now.
Correct.
You could use RMS if you want to, but really just focus on VU right now and the true peak, which is the top of the transient. And we'll talk about LUFS in a second, because we're going to apply a limiter to this and see what happens.
Yeah. But like I said, I don't want to go too far over everybody's head with the talking. Let's get into some real world action. So I like to base everything off the kick. Remember, mixing is organic. You have to start somewhere. But as we mix, we need to add each, to that and make these elements work with those elements. So kick will always establish the low end depth for me early on. I might adjust it later, but I'll start with kick. And that's what I recommend doing. You can start with bass, but a bass will eat up your depth if you're not careful, if your bass is too loud. So let's see. Okay, so if I need more VU, the easiest way to achieve that is to add more low end. Now, what these numbers say never outweigh how something sounds. So I'm just going to try to get a good kick drum sound first and then see where it falls. It's got plenty of attack on it, so I don't really want to like try to pull transients out of it right now. And, or compress it. It's all kind of like the same volume, so compressing it, I don't want to do that. So I'll just add some low end. Let's see, what would be a fun plugin to use as something different? Let's use a pool tag. Okay, so as we add that, we get it up to 0. Boom, now our peak's too high, right? So this is something that happens. It's pretty normal. So we're going to have to kind of massage this a little bit. We're going to have to maybe overshoot it and then back it off some, and to see, you know, where it can, where we can get it. Sometimes with the compressor, like something like on an SSL channel, you can kind of shape it a little bit more. In this case, I'm just going to move it around. I'll probably go over this number so I can bring it back some and see if it works. right? And don't be scared to put low end into your kicks. Now, don't blow your speakers out, but it's all about gain staging, right? So the makeup gain or the trim here. So let's see. That's closer, right? So now we're down to almost a 4. So let's see what happens when we take it down just a little bit. That's a 5. Let's see. Now it's a little bit rounder, which is awesome, but we're losing a little bit of that punch that's kind of fun cutting through on that. So let's try to now use a transient shaper. Now that we have like a little bit more oomph in it, right? It's going to shift our bass down. We're shifting our frequency spectrum down to give us more space to work with in the mid range. Let's see what happens when we get it to punch and then see if we can lock it in a little bit more. There we go. All right.
Has everyone here used a transient shaper before and know what it is? If you've never used it, it looks like there's a lot of you. It's a handy tool that kind of sits in between an expander and a compressor and what else would you mix in there, Kevin?
Yeah, it's like it gives you the sound sort of what a slow attack compressor would do, like a VCA compressor, but without the artifacts of compression. So it analyzes where the initial hit of a sound is and then increases that, right? So it makes the attack more. It increases the amount of attack that you're getting, the amount of transient response that you're getting. So when we think about it in concepts of like a cube, it actually pushes it forward in the cube.
Or
It
the
makes it
sustain. Like if you want to add more sustain or body, you can add that too.
correct. I don't ever use them for sustain, which you absolutely can. So I don't ever think of them in those terms, but yes. Or you can pull sustain back. So like say you have too much reverb on something, it will work for that. Or it's really just like an envelope shaper kind of. If you're used to that, like if anybody that does production or does synth work and stuff, it's sort of like that. Um, so yeah, so we're getting pretty close here. All right, let's see what the difference is here. All right. So it's a little darker, but it's just it's more robust to me that it's a little rounder. Um, Remember there are bass in things that are happening. And I'm also at the 15, so that gives me just a little bit of room. Let's see what happens if I add just a hair more of like some subharmonic generation on here. Let's just see if it'll work. I'm gonna blend this in. This is a really great plugin from Safari Pedals that I like. It's called Bull Submachine. And it works a lot like kind of like RBass or BX Subsynth. It kind of has the resonance tool you can use. Also has some drive in it. If you want a little bit more distortion in the low end, but it does a good job of adding like these subharmonics to it. So I've got the blend all the way down. I'm going to blend it in a little bit, see if I can push this up to 0 without getting too far over here. Oh. See. Okay, so that's cool. So this actually brought back a little bit of our output. So, oops. Let's do that. 4.5. See if we can bring it up here. There you go. Great. All right. So now if we're doing it strictly by the numbers, we've got our 0 VU where we want it and our -5 peak on these. So this is a good starting point. So without it, with it. Great.
Again, we'll talk about snare and bass in a second, but even within the kick, we're creating depth, right? We're having the right amount of the low end in the kick, which is showing up on our VU meter. But then also we're watching the true peak, which is the top end of that kick, that the attack of that kick, right? They need to be in balance. So it's not easy. It's not just as simple as like turning it up or turning it down. It's the amount of punch low end and the amount of the transient at the top of it.
Correct. And if you really listen to it, like if you think about the forwardness in it, that never changes. What does appear like psychoacoustically to happen is it does feel darker because we have more low end. We didn't roll off the top at all. We just added more low end. But what happens is it goes from being thin and too much depth, right? So like the bass is too far down to bringing the bass where it needs to be, but we still have the difference between the attack and that sustain down there. Listen to it again.
Yeah, baby.
So really that attack, well, the attack got maybe a dB or so louder, but you can still feel it. You can still, if you really focus on that attack, it's still there. But now we've brought in the support from 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 the bottom of the kick. So a lot of times, even in almost all genres, no matter what you're in, I always hear kick drums are very, very thin, especially at beginning and intermediate mixers. Um, and I'm sure the problem is after you've added the low end, then you feel like, oh, it's too bassy or it's not sending out the mix like it needs to. And that's where understanding how the transient and sustain, the peak VU relationship will give that kick the sound that you need to stand out in the mix, but also still support. So, for anybody that has been having issues with their kicks, like push some bass in it. I might do 10, 15 dB in kick drums a lot of times at like 60 hertz. Um, so don't be scared of that. Okay.
In
So
the
go ahead.
also for those of you that have the binder, or at least the newest version of the binder, is it out yet? At least the digital version of the newest version of the binder has a range here. So something that's like alt pop like this or hip hop, we're gonna shoot for that 0 VU. But if you're working on like an acoustic track or even some rock tracks, we give you a range of where that VU could be, all the way down from like -3 to -5, even -7 on something that doesn't have much bass or transient information in it. So this will work for most things. I would say probably 80% of tracks, but a lot of, something that's more stripped down or acoustic or something. Maybe we're not going all the way to 0.
Correct. This is going to work mostly for modern top 40 stuff or like rock, country, pop, hip hop, any of the EDM stuff works great. That where kick snare is really holding a lot of the foundation of it. If you're doing like folk things, singer-songwriter, an acoustic cover with a guitar and a lead vocal, right? These numbers aren't going to quite fall into place. And they're just a guide, right? They're just a starting point. And you'll see as we get it up to a mastered volume how I will then adjust. I might still adjust these a little bit, right? But it's just a starting point. Remember, nothing is ever the same. And but I'm sure there's been lots of times where people are like, "Hey, man, if I could just figure out a way to do this consistently, a little bit closer, then I would get better results." And that's what this is about. So,
If you don't have a binder, Chris just dropped a link if you want to grab one of those binders. They're a great deal.
yeah. Okay, so the main things that we're going to list for when we are building the foundation is kick, bass, and snare. It doesn't really matter where you fit snare in. So snares really, we're only focusing on the peak value. Bass, we're only focusing on the VU value. So I'll just bring in the snare. Typically, we recommend keeping that snare at a -5. That can be a little bit loud and forward in a mix, but it's a starting point. So out of all this, the one thing I typically might adjust the most after we get this set is the snare, because the snare will determine how your vocals feel in a mix. So if your vocal's a few dB below the snare, then it feels inside the mix. If it's a few dB above the snare, then it feels like it's on top of the mix. Um, So either one is fine, but in this case, I'm gonna work on the snare just in this one part, and then I'll go to the bass. Okay, so I could determine, if I brighten this snare up, what will happen is my vocals will be brighter. And this is okay. It's a pop song, but it's sort of a dark pop song. So I could EQ it. I could just turn it up and keep it the same darkness. I don't know yet. So I'm just going to look at the peak here and see. All right, so we're at like a -18. So let's just give it some volume here. Take this. Okay, so that's got about a -8.5. At this point, I feel like that might, for the volume that I would need to get to that -5, it's a little bit too much mud, too much mid-range. So I'm gonna bring the top up, but let's do it with a transient shaper. Um, for a lot of people that haven't used transient shapers, this is gonna be just like sort of a crash course on it. I see someone says very pokey. That's good, right? The difference between like where the attack is and where that sustain is going to give us depth in that sound, and it's going to help establish these parameters that we can work within. Um, the cool thing about a lot of transient shapers is you can actually do multi-band on them. So here, let's do a multi-band mode on this, and let's boost everything. We'll go 2500 and up, and we'll see how that sounds, and then we'll boost the top too. We'll push that up higher, 75. All right, get back to it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a little bit brighter and then pull it back some. So I'm going to push it over that -5. We can see I'm close to -5 here, but just to kind of get some of the mud out. We're at -5.26. That's close enough. So without it, with it. Now what I want you to notice too is that it it feels like it gets closer in our cube to us, right? And that's because we've increased the transient. The increase the transient off of the sustain of the sound. So this part comes up closer to us. Um, and so that's when we talk about controlling these transient, controlling these depths. It's not just about frequency and panning and things. It's about where we're actually setting it in the front to back. And that's not just volume, because too much volume can take up too much space. But if we can control the transients on them, on things that have transients information, we can really, really get a cool sound out of it and a lot of space to play in where everything's still being heard. So without it, and this is how it comes forward. Forward. All right. And that's kind of the only thing. Now, percussion loops, those are going to get brought up a lot with a limiter, so I tend to wait till we get those to a mastered level. There's also another section in here that has claps and snaps. And what I will do really quickly is just show you how I would go about these. Because there's not like we're working off the most dense section of the song, but these are also really important too. So you can get them early or you can just start in one section, but I'll grab the clap and the snaps, and show you how I'd process those really quickly. Okay. So these are almost sound like a glitch sound, right? There's like some distortion on them, totally fine. Now when we look at them, what we'll see is that they are playing the exact same part. So we have this in this. And these are zoomed in too, so I just zoomed in so everybody can see them from this window. But because they're playing the exact same part and they're different volumes, I'm assuming that that is the balance that Chris really wanted these to sound. So I don't want to go back and mess with this unless there's some glaring issue. Most of the time there won't be. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to create an auxiliary track. And we're going to call this clap snap. We're going to set a bus. Same thing, clap snap. And the idea behind this is we're going to process these at the same time together. So everything we do affects both of them. Both of them being played at the same time. And then that way we don't have to do a bunch of extra work. They're supposed to be like a layered sound, right? So make sure we're routing that to the mix bus. And then the last thing that we need to do is make sure that our claps and our snaps are routed to that auxiliary send. So straight from the output, we're not doing like a send, but like from an actual send, we're routing the output to the input of this auxiliary track. I shouldn't have said send. I'm sorry about that. So now when these play, these will both play through here. If I mute that there, we lose it, right? So let's do the same thing. Let's get the volume up a little bit on this. Gain staging is still a thing. We'll gain stage from the clip gain, but we'll gain stage these together. Let's see. All right, I don't want to go too crazy on this because it's during the verses. So I'm kind of like using my ears more on this one, this part. That's okay though. And then let's throw another transient shaper on here. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what happens. Let's start here. I'm looking for the isotope. Neutron 5. Okay. Yeah. All right. So with this is also a multi-band transient shaper. The only difference with Neutron is that the bands are not independent of each other. So with there being 4 bands in the Trinity shaper, I can isolate certain areas. With this, I can do that, but no matter where I move this, it affects where the other bands are at. So that's the only thing, but I'm really only looking to do the top end on this. So let's grab the top, let's push that forward, and then let's see how that sounds. There we go. Cool, 5.6. So let's listen to it without it. With it. All right, and I'll adjust it down just a little bit so it's not too intense. We'll go down 2 dB there. But we can feel how those claps, even like the texture of the clap, like it's closer. And so what's going to be fun is now we can really play with that lead. We can play with the lead vocal against what's happening with all these transients to make it feel like certain parts of it are really in your face and other parts of it are just way far back. And we can get this really cool maximum depth, especially with our spatial processing, because there's so much space in this. There's so much kind of empty space. So, okay, we got that. Cool. Now we're going to go back to the dense part. And that's, like I said, if there's 2 sounds that are playing the exact same part, they're similar sounds like 2 snares or 2 kick drums, and they're supposed to be layered. It's just a lot easier to process those together. That's why I want to show you that. So let's see what's going on with the bass now. Okay. So this is another one of those situations where, okay, so we have the sub. We have an let's break down what's happening. We have a sub sound.
You get the VU more on the screen.
Yes, sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, VU. Then we're doing like an 808, like a distorted 808 layer. Right? So that's just kind of top end energy. Then we have another layer, which is like even more like telephony, mid-rangey. And then one more layer. And so all these things are meant to create this one sound, especially during this one part. Now, none of them will get in the way of each other. So because on this section, there's only like the chorus and the sub, I'm just going to process these all as one. And I'm going to see if I can enhance this to try to make this a cohesive sound, especially towards the end. And hopefully as we go back, it will fall into place. It should. I don't see why it wouldn't, but you never know. So the main thing that we're looking for at this section is as we add the bass, that we're not pushing it over 0. Now you think, oh, as soon as we add bass, because bass contributes to VU, that it will push it over 0. Not necessarily. There's a lot of wiggle room in this to get there. So let's just take I'll make these smaller real quick. All right, let's take this one section. I'm going to listen to the bass, and then I'm going to route these bottom bass parts. Let's do this. Just so there's a little color difference so I can see it. So these are all the chorus basses. I'm going to route those to one bass bus, this chorus bass bus, like I did the clap snap. So okay. And the reason why I'm doing this first is because I'm going to do all my adjusting from this range. The gain stage is pretty good, but it'll be easier if I kind of grab it from a plugin. So chorus bass bus. Always lame. If anything, if you don't want to label, that's fine, but definitely label like your buses, like the bus 1, 2, your sins, like that. Because if you don't, you'll just get lost. Chorus bass bus, and make sure that we're routing this to. I'm using an internal mix bus, so I got to make sure it's going to the mix bus. All right, and make sure that the outputs of these are going to that auxiliary, that bass. All right, so now it's here. Great. Cool. Now I'm going to add what I've already done because mixing is organic, right? We're going to use this. Awesome. Very cool. So what we're seeing now is that we have a good balance with that kick where that bass is at. So the way that Chris did this, it works. It's effective. It works very well. So we could technically leave this and not do anything, and it would go well into our mastering chain. Let's see what it looks like if we turn things up or down, what the VU might look like. So let's just grab something like grab like this 1073. All right, you see how the VU shoots way far over? Well, what that's going to tell us is that the bass, the low end in this bass is coming up too much, and it's going to affect our depth. Versus if we're a little farther back, if we're too low, we'll be okay, but we'll still hear the bass, but there's probably some room to grow. So we can kind of push it up. If you need more bass, totally fine. What's going on here? Oh, the bass is low. right? So there we can go a few dB over and we're pushing it a little bit. Now, sometimes when there's two hits, it will go a little farther. That's fine. It's more of like single hits or like the instantaneous hit. But anything in that range is good. But we don't have to leave it at that because I worry that sometimes that top end might eat up too much. So what happens if we darken this bass up? So let's switch this off here. I'm going to grab Spectre. And remember how we talked about moving that kick drum down? Because let's listen to it. If we don't have any processing on the kick in the snare, the kick fits with that bass, right? But we can get this bigger, right? We can get this more competitive. We can give ourselves more space to work with down here. So now when we add this kick, now it feels like the bass could be darker, right? You can see how we didn't even affect the bass, but it actually made the bass impact feel deeper. Doubt it. With it. Okay, so now let's see if we can get that bass to kind of match what's happening.
Notice like even already, just with these couple of elements, when he turns that on, you feel it wrap around you more. There's already more depth in the mix. Do you hear that? Because we're changing the amount of separation between those two. We're adding in low end. We're adding in that the droney patty part of the bass and enhancing the transient on the top. It literally is deeper. So you should
Yeah.
feel that.
And this works for any genre too, right? It would work if you have not just like program drums, from pop or hip hop producer. It works with a drum set. Like all the mixes that we think are really great of live bands, they do this same thing. Um, of course, there's different timbres to the instruments and different mix choices. But one of the things that's almost universal around great mix songs is creating this depth, and it's understanding the transients, understanding the low end, the sustain, understanding like where everything sit in that front to back space, which is so important.
Yeah.
Um,
And these meters will really help you get a start. And Kevin said it a couple times, but the meter is a great starting place, but you also have to use your ears to make sure you like how it sounds, right, in the mix. And you may find you're in a rock mix or something and you're hitting zero and it just feels like it's too much. You just turn it down a little bit, right? But this is a good starting place for especially for those of you who are mixing on headphones or are in a imperfect room where the low end is lying to you. This is giving you a way of knowing how much you should have without you having to have a perfect room. That's really, really valuable.
Exactly. You can take this anywhere. Understanding like that zero VU, in any studio you go to, your buddy's house or over here, it is a way for us to know exactly what's going on. Because how many times have we had, you know, we thought the bass was great, and then all of a sudden the bass is through the roof, and it's something that we can't hear, right? Or there's not nearly enough bass in the room that you're in, makes you feel like there is. And it's like, oh, why is it weak now? Well, these meters will at least tell you if you're within range, right? If we're getting that type of low end energy. Um, so and I really have to go back to what Caleb said is that these are starting points, right? These are not they don't have to be your ending point, but this is a way for you to get maximum depth and then decide if you want to collapse that versus not having enough depth and then not being able to figure out how to get it to go like this. Because this is the hardest thing seems to be in mixing is that front to back depth, right? We can do left and right with panning, we can do up and down with frequencies. But super important. So now what I'm going to do is theory wise, I'm going to see if I can shift this bass down deeper. All right, we hear that? Now it's darker, but now my VU went up. So we got to turn this down a little bit. How much did we go? 4 dB. Let's turn it down. There you go. Without it. With it. So what you hear is it feels like the top went down because it did. We could do the same thing with a shelf and go down with it. but we lifted the bass and then we brought the volume back to where it's kind of has the same energy. Now I can use this, and I might not do this much at this point in the song, but I can take this and we'll say mess around with this bass and can I pull out some of that energy that we lost when it came down, maybe darken it up a little bit and see how it'll fit. So the only problem with where the bass is at with no processing on it is that all um those higher distorted synths are in the vocal range. They're in the range of other things. And I would rather shift it low first and then maybe bring some of that back later, versus knowing that I'm having something that might get in the way of those vocals. So I would prefer to have this a little bit more like this on the lower side, the darker side, to give me more space. And notice how it now the low end kind of like woo, right? It supports. Without it, all right, so we're close. It's all right if you're a little over -4. All that means is like headroom wise is that we have 5 dB, or in this case 4.6 dB to go before we're clipping. Well, that's fine because the kick and the snare are going to be the most forward things in the mix. Because when we push it up against the limiter, everything else is going to be brought up, but we don't worry about that because we're actually mixing into the limiter. So that'll still, as we take this off, we should still have 4 dB, 3 dB of headroom, which is plenty, right? It's still safe. You don't have to look at that 5 as like we can't go over that. It's just try to hit that, and if you go a little over, a little under, you're okay. Mixing it's an art, right? It's not a science. And yeah, so here is where we would pop a limiter on. And this is when we get it up to a mastered volume. And the idea is if we can get it to a mastered volume with the impact and the depth in the low end that we're looking at, we can set whatever depth we want in the rest of the mix with all the other elements by just adding them in and mixing them with this limiter on. Because, like I said before, you've never ever heard a mix most of the time. You've only heard a mastered mix. And if you actually heard the mix on a song, you might be like, oh, that sounds weird. That's like the depth is weird or over exaggerated. Well, it has to be to get the type of volumes that we're getting to now, like, 5 LUFS, 7 LUFS, 6 LUFS. It you have to over exaggerate the transients and then kind of push them into that ceiling because the ceiling is inevitable with these limiters. So we have to kind of push it in there, the depth, versus if you have perfect depth and a mix, turn it up, it hits that ceiling, well, then our depth starts collapsing. So the idea is we're over exaggerating, getting maximum depth, pushing it into the loudness that we want to have the proper depth. So I'm just going to put a limiter. A lot of times I'll use 2 limiters just so it's not too much heavy lifting on these. But we're shooting for usually like a -11-ish, -10-ish, -9. Sometimes this may not get to it just because there's not as much going on with the bass. It kind of comes in and comes off. So I'm going to push this until it feels the correct loudness. But we're really looking for these short-term LUFs to be about like a -11 to a -9 range. If you can get it, especially if you have like a sustained bass. Let's see, what's my output at?
Okay, just to simplify all that for those of you who are more beginner, now we're going to run everything through a limiter. And we're going to see what happens. If we've done things properly, we shouldn't lose too much depth. We shouldn't have any distortion or pumping or anything weird. It should sound pretty good. But if we put the limiter on, we bring it up to like -11, -9 LUFS, and we're hearing it sound flat. If it's really shrinking it too much, if there's distortion, then we've done something wrong. And we're actually going to leave this limiter on through the rest of the mix, and we're going to mix into it so we know what's going to happen later in mastering, because mastering changes the sound if you're not aware of how it's going to affect, especially these, but instruments, but all of them ultimately, then it may get to mastering and sound completely different than you were expecting. That's not what we want. Like Kevin was saying,
Yeah.
but you have to mix a little different, considering what the mastering is going to do. So we imitate that by putting a limiter on it. Okay.
Yep. And there can still be this can still be sent off to a mastering engineer. You just take the limiter off, or you could do another mastering stage with it at the end if you want. But the idea too is we're demystifying what mastering is as a mixer. Mastering for a client, when you're the mastering engineer, is a completely different thing. It's art form in itself, and there's lots of great techniques with that. When you're doing it as a mixer, we don't want to do heavy EQ moves, heavy corrective moves on a master because we'll just do it in the mix because it affects everything. If we're EQing a mix, if we're trying to EQ some mud out of the vocals in a mix from the master, well, it affects the snare, it affects the synths, it affects the guitar, all that stuff. So we really want to use the master as getting up to volume and then maybe some subtle enhancement, some subtle saturation, whatever you want. But technically, by the time we get done with this mix, it's mastered, ready to go if the client likes that. And you'll notice too, the more you do this, that there's a lot of times mastering engineers will fall short. If you don't have a good conversation with them, if you're not able to explain to them exactly what you're looking for, because you've kind of already done it.
You can send this to them as a reference, and their job is to then beat it.
Correct. So, but let's see where we're at. All right, so you'll see like when it kind of hits heavy, it goes up into that 11. I'm going to put one more limiter on it. Usually you'll be maybe in like a -9, like not necessarily dynamic reduction, but on a threshold of a limiter, 9, 10, or a combination of two. So for this, I really like the L4. I use the AL1 for the majority of it, and then the L4 just a little bit at the end in aggressive mode. And all that means is that it's just got a faster release. The slower releases mess with your transients. They mess with like how open your mix is. So I'm just going to add a little bit more and see how far I can push it. Yeah, so we're like in the 10, 11 range, like when it's going. Most of the time, this will hover like around that number, like a 10, 11, 9. If your bass is like, think about playing boom, 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 something like that, and the boom, 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 boom. Like if there's more of this consistent, you're going to get more luft's energy over this short-term time period. The problem is that after this hits and it goes off, it has to calculate when nothing's playing during this as well. So we just have to keep that in mind. And I'm going to push it too far. I'm going to turn the ceiling down, not the blowing body speakers out. But let's just see what happens, how it sounds like when you push it too far. See how the snare got thin, got flat, and the kick got blah.
Things flat.
Yeah, so we flattened it out. So what we still want is depth. There'll be less depth, but we still need it. So let's go. That back.
Yeah, inevitably you lose a little depth here because it is squishing things, but that's going to happen later. We just want to make sure that we still feel like we have a lot. So it's not really about how much it's attenuating. It's not really, I mean, you don't want it doing a lot, but it's more about how does it feel? Is it flattening things? Is it thinning things out?
Mm-hmm.
This is where our ears start to really come in.
For sure. And so that's what we're listening. I like to do it. How far can I push it before things break apart? Before it gets uncomfortable to mix in that to where it's like reacting too much to it. But I really like to walk the line because unfortunately, a lot of what we get judged on is our ability to do things at a loud level and these top percentages of loudness. And that's what's separating these big mixers from the intermediate, from the beginning mixers. Not that your mix doesn't sound good, it's that they understand the assignment. They understand how much it needs to punch, and they push that at these extreme volumes because as it goes from song to song, that's what jumps out to you. And if you're ever in a position where you're doing spec mixes or you're competing against people on mixes, usually the loudest one wins, but especially the loudest one that has depth. right? So if you lose all your depth for loudness and it sounds like crap, all right, you might not win it. But if you can have depth and you're at a loudness bigger than everybody, that you're always going to be perceived as, the more competitive mix. So just keep that in mind and understanding that you can make some adjustments within those levels to where it sounds good too, where it's not just about loudness, but it is something that from a pro perspective that you should be shooting for at a competitive range.
Yeah, I love that there's something here for all of you who are at different places. There's something here for beginners, intermediate, advanced people. If you're more beginner, it's just like, okay, can I get my kick snare bass to that -50 VU thing? Even if I don't fully understand transient shapers yet, at least I can get in there and play with them a little bit. I can use EQ to add more low end, to add more brightness if I need to. I'm getting within that range, and that's all I'm really worried about now. And I'm starting to think as a beginner, someday I'm going to really start hearing the depth here, and I need to focus on that. For those of you who are more intermediate, you're really starting to focus on depth a lot. And as you get towards the advanced people, then you realize what Kevin just said is the gospel truth, which is if you can make your stuff sound both loud and deep, this is where you impress everybody. This is where the awards are won. This is where you really start to make a name for yourself. And that's true for any genre. It's this is part of immersiveness. This is part of it sounding big and beautiful and wonderful, which is always going to impress the client, which is always going to impress the labels or anyone else that you're working with. Okay, so there's something here for all of you to take away and work on.
And this session is probably the most like high level, like the easiest to go over your head if you're not used to hearing it, or if you're a beginner or things like that. The other day, like when we get into vocal mixing, that'll be a lot more of like understanding frequencies and hearing it and that type of thing. This is a lot more of like theory, philosophy. And the problem is that you have to trust me, right? You have to trust yourself at this stage because it's not, we're not doing the mix how we want it and then trying to get it loud. We're understanding that this needs to be set this way for us to get this loudness. And that comes with time. It comes with putting the reps in, and repeating these variables and trying it, messing with your tools, transient shapers, those type of things, gain staging, some compression, some EQ, but really like understanding what that depth feels like at these volumes. And that will help you. And you'll see as we do the mix and as we A/B it. I mean, I can A/B it now, and we'll hear a difference in the actual depth, right? The original.
Heaven help me.
Ah.
Help me. I'm sick of
Right. So the only thing here that we're hearing more than anything is that snare is pretty loud. But we hear way more depth, way more immersion into the mix while it's still not, while we're not losing anything in it. We're just kind of gaining. And that's the idea. And that's the reason why somebody wants to send it to a mixer, like a legitimate mixer. And that's what I want all of us to be in here. I want us to be the best mixers in the world, not just good for as a producer or good for an artist or for your neighborhood or your city. I want you to be the best in the world. And this is kind of how we get there.
Also, something for you producers, you can start thinking about this earlier. You don't have to wait till mixing to think about this stuff. In fact, that's why Chris is great, because he got it pretty close already.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't fix any problems. I just made a few sonic decisions, adjustments. And this is, and I do think it's important as we talk about once we get it up to a mastered volume. Well, the thing that really jumped out was the snare. Well, that's okay. We don't have to leave the snare there. Let's pull the snare back some and see how it feels. All right, we'll pull the snare back. We pulled it back maybe 5 dB or 4, 3. I don't know what the difference was. But now what that'll allow us to do is allow that vocal to sit a little bit more forward in the mix versus where it was at before. Let's see. So where it was. And if you notice too, as we pulled it back, we still have the attack on the snare, but what happened is that we're not hitting the ceiling as hard with the snare, so that tail that at the end of it doesn't jump forward as much. So we're still getting that forward transient to help establish that, but it's not quite as slammed forward. And that's totally fine because this is what's going to allow us to make the decision, right? We're making all of our major mix decisions with this limiter on. Same thing if we were to listen to, I'll bring in some of the percussive elements on this one, and we'll talk, just listen really quickly of like where this might sound good without the limiter and how the limiter affects just the percussion. Normally I would mix the vocals first, but in this case, I'll pull it in just for an example. So let's see. Let's take these limiters off and let's add the percussion loop. Okay, so like from a mix perspective, now the snare feels a little bit better, bringing back up to the volume that it was, and now the percussion loop. But when we put our limiters on, watch how drastically the volume balance versus everything else changes in that percussion loop. And you notice that now, even though it sounds good, it takes up all this space in the mix. So that's where we have to really be careful at like understanding, okay, well, the kick and snare and the bass are going to be affected in the sense of like depth and distortion. Initially, we can make those adjustments, but everything else kind of needs to be brought in at that volume so we understand what level it will be at a mastered volume and not what level it will be at a mixed volume. Um, so here let's take that percussion loop again. I'll mute it. Right? And you see how I can bring this down 22 dB. I'm doing something with like the threshold, but I can bring this way down and it's still holding space because of how it's reacting to that limiter at that mastered volume. We can also affect the transients on this. Like say we wanted the transients to come out and for it to stick out. Well, we can do it now too here. And what this will do is this will pull the sustain that might eat up some vocal space. It might eat up some reverb space. And it'll still be heard, but won't take up quite the amount of space, but still stand out in the mix. Right? You hear it now? Because the idea is that we need this to support whatever the star of the show is. And that's going to be the vocals. Versus, I don't want to make the vocals have to work with this percussion loop. I want the percussion loop to have to work with the vocals. So yeah, it sounds good by itself or as a beat, but how is it going to sound when I put the vocals in? How's it going to sound when I put the vocal reverbs in? I don't want anything. I'm going to take a lot of time and do, use a lot of effort to get those vocals to sound how I want them to sound. And I don't want to have to force them to work with this percussion loop. They need to work. Everything needs to work with what I do with those vocals in this foundation. So that's typically why we're not adding like percussion loops and other auxiliary percussion type parts early on because it'll dictate more of how we mix the vocals versus mix the vocals how you want, make them sound as good as they possibly can, and make all these other elements work as we add them. But yeah, I think that's kind of it for the foundation cable. Is there anything else you want me to touch on for that?
That's good. Are there any other drum stuff to bring in?
Uh, let's see. There's a hat. Let's do we can do the tom fills. That'll be fun. And reverse percussion. So the hat's coming in here at the end. Let's see. So depending on how we want it to move with a hi-hat part like that, I don't think that those are actually like moving, are moving the music too much. That would be a producer option too. So I would typically keep these a little bit lower, but let's mess with the transients. Let's pull the transients out on them. Remember, we want these to sit underneath the snare. So we got to be really careful. These are a little bright. Let's see if we can dirty them up some. See how it sounds. It might work. Remember, we got to be careful not to eat up our depth, though. Tom fills. Let's see how these tom fills sound. Okay, we can go crazy with these. Let's add that bull submachine, get some lows in them. Let's see. All right, and then let's put some compression on it.
Can you throw the master fader down just a little?
Yeah.
Since we put the limiter on, just so it matches our vocal.
Is that better?
Yep.
Right. And I'm gonna throw some heavy compression on this one. Let's put the Magma. That's a good one. The stress box. Nick put me onto that. Nick Allegri is on here. Right, just to make it kind of big, cool. It might have too much low end in it. We'll figure that out. But without the processing that we did, with the processing, that compression really kind of brings up some of that sustain on it. And so what I'm doing here too is just like gain staging, right? So it's sort of like, I don't want it to blow them out of the water like that. But it's important that we're not only listening to the volume increase that I'm getting from this plugin. We're A/Bing it. Right, kind of cool. And Chris will probably want a little bit more of his top end back in. So let's pull up another transient shaper. The TB Tech, we'll put it in multi-band mode. We'll turn this down some. Let's see. There we go. Cool. Turn that up. All right, so let's do it before and after. Cool. And then some reverse percussion. Let's see. I'm not even. Yeah, it's doing some sort of weird. Dane-esque effect. So we'll leave that.
Inspired by.
Yeah. Sometimes it's cool, right? Sometimes we don't need to touch it. Let's add our bass back in. The only thing is the hats. There's a resonant frequency in the hats that I'm not all the way digging. Especially at louder volumes. Let me see. I'll just find it really quick, search and destroy, and then pull that out. There you go. Okay. Yeah, and so that I think from a foundation perspective, and then all these percussions without hearing the vocals in there, um, I think it sounds really good. Um, I think we've got a ton of depth to work with, and it gets me excited to mix these vocals tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Let me do a quick recap, and then we will head over to the backstage session for those of you who are in the membership. Kevin and I will be over there in just a minute. But really quick, let's recap. So, foundation first method. Want to come in and gain stage. And really, what I try to do is just make sure nothing's peaking over -5 dBFS. And if I can get my kick to, usually the kick is kind of the loudest, one of the loudest things, kick snare, one of a couple of the loudest things in the track already. And if those are already hitting next around -5 dBFS, then I'm saving myself time because we know we're going to try to get that there in the next step anyway. So then bring in a kick, 0 VU, -5 dBFS. That's the target we're looking for. Bring in the snare. We're looking mostly at just the true peak on that, the dBFS, as -5 because it doesn't have enough low end to affect the VU very much. Bring in a bass, 0 VU, the opposite of the other one. Not worried about dBFS because there's not usually enough high end to worry about. Add the limiter, bring it up to -9 LUFS-ish. -11 to -9 is fine, but get close to that -9 so you can really see what happens when you push it. And then bring in the rest of the drums, leave a limiter on for the rest of the mix. That is the assignment. So I would take these multi-tracks. I'm dropping the link again in the chat, and I would do that much at least today. You can carry on forward if you want to, but try this out. Try this method out, and come tomorrow with where did you get stuck? Did you struggle with anything? We can start off tomorrow by addressing some of that because you never really know what questions to ask until you get your hands dirty in there, and then all of a sudden you're gonna have a bunch of questions. But grab these. We'll also send them out in the email. They'll also be posted in the school group, and yeah, grab those, dive into this, and we will see you all tomorrow for the vocals, which is going to be insane. Excited to work with you. Great work today, Kevin. You
I
sounded
appreciate
awesome
it.
already. The depth is
Thanks,
there.
man.
We got it.
That's the hard part. Everything else easy.
Everything else is easy.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. We'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks.
All right.
What's going on, everyone?
Hey, y'all.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How y'all doing? Hope you're doing great. What's going on? Welcome in. Welcome back. It's good to see you again. Let's get this going. Fix the Mix Challenge Day 2. A happy Wednesday for another challenge. Did y'all have a good time yesterday? What were your biggest takeaways from yesterday? Order of operations, transient shaping, foundation, depth, transient shaping, foundation with the depth. A lot of transient shaping, a lot of depth. Had a balance VU, mixing through a limiter. Depth metering, shaping. 4D sound. I love that. Yeah, that kind of covers it all, I think, pretty much. It's a really powerful concept. I think I said this on the after party thing, whatever we call that, backstage pass. But the three things people struggle with the most, I hear from amateur mix engineers all the time: depth, balance, especially low end balance, and getting the vocals placed right in the mix. Those are the top three culprits. Probably number four would be like improper use of reverb. We're going to tackle that more today. We're going to tackle the vocal stuff today. But two of those, depth and balance, especially in the low end, we tackled yesterday in a major way. I know that there's like some numbers to memorize, and especially for some of you beginners, you might feel a little bit overwhelmed, but it's really, there's a lot of nuance to it, but ultimately it's something that anyone can do. And if you could get that foundation method down, in my opinion, you'll be light years ahead of people sometimes who've been mixing for years, who still really can't get a great foundation, have no depth in their mix. You'll shoot past them very, very quickly. So that's a powerful concept. I would continue to study that, research it, practice it. Did y'all have any fun yesterday mixing the tracks? How was that?
It's a fun track to mix.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. Sounds like a lot of you had a chance to get that going. Well, let's see why I'm quiet today. How about now? Louder?
Yeah, you sound normal to me.
Maybe turn your headphones up. All right. And a special thanks again to Focusrite partnering with us on this. We never partner with anyone we don't use. We use the stuff. We love them. The president of mastering.com used to help run Focusrite, so they're a good partner of ours. And it's fun to have got some of their new gear and tested it out. They're doing great things. And if you weren't here yesterday, in terms of introduction, my name is Caleb Lovelace, Director of Education for Mastering.com. And we have Mr. Kevin McCloskey here with us today. He's been mixing for us live. What a treat and honor. We get to watch Kevin work. The accolades. And beyond the accolades, I've seen people that have all these things and couldn't teach a bit. Kevin's a great teacher. We're lucky to be able to listen and hang out with him.
Appreciate it. I take after my mother. She was a nursing educator.
She could do a damn fine mix as well, I guess, huh?
Yeah, don't tell her that. I'll never live it down, but she probably can.
Yesterday we did production overview, we did a session setup, but mostly we focused on the foundation first method. If you weren't here, go ahead and make sure you watch that replay. Replays are always available in the emails we send out after the event, as well as in school. You can go to the school link and hopefully you're all joined in there, but it should be pinned. The replay should be pinned there for you to go check out. Make sure you do that. Today we're going to talk about mixing vocals, the all important vocal mixing. If you can mix vocals well, there's always going to be a place for you in this industry. That's what people want. It's where the money is made. So excited to watch Kevin work today. We can get some wonderful tips and tricks and ultimately the why behind all of it so that we can mix better vocals in the future. And don't forget, we have this contest. Today, we're going to send out a link With the replay, it'll also be posted in school, a place for you to upload your mixes, as long as you can do that by sometime late tonight. If it's a little after midnight, it's not a big deal as long as we have them in the morning. That should work just fine.
These are killer prizes.
Well, even more, Rob just messaged me. He told me that the first, second, and third place are all the same. They're all three of them.
Oh, really? Each place gets all three of these?
Each place gets all three of them.
Oh man, I'm about to. Is there a way to submit these under like an alias? This is awesome.
It's tempting, right?
Yeah,
I
focus right.
guess I guess first, second, and third place get all three of them. That's
Yeah,
crazy. That's
yeah.
very nice of them. So make sure you get your mixes in. Not everyone can win, of course, and it's not really about winning. This is all to incentivize you to practice because ultimately this event and these prizes come and go, but what you get from it and what you can take forward into the future, that's where the value is. For whether you're working on your own material or whether you want to do this professionally for other people. That's what's really important. And you really just have to practice. There's no way around repetitious practice. You could listen to YouTube videos, you could watch us and watch the webinars, and you should do all the learning you can, but you gotta practice. You gotta take the stuff you learn and get in there and get your hands dirty. With that said, did you have any questions that came up about the foundation method that we learned yesterday as you were doing it? Do you have any questions come up?
Explain the depth again. We'll be talking about depth throughout this in context. So,
I think the biggest thing, if you're just starting to kind of think about depth, and maybe Kevin, you can watch the chat while I do this because there's flying by now, but um, a depth in a track you have to think of as the quietest stuff in your mix compared to the loudest stuff in your mix. Compression brings those together. So really someone to overcompress, it's like a really flat mix. In fact, there's some genres where you kind of want that. Like a lot of EDM, maybe they're overcompressed on purpose. But for a lot of genres, what you want is some depth because you want people to walk inside the mix and for it to be immersive for the listener. As they're sitting there on their couch having an experience, the more you can make it almost physically enter into the sound, the better. So what is quieter in our mix? Well, uh, drony things obviously with less volume, but drones. Bass is further away than a bright sound, for example. Reverbs, all that kind of stuff pushes things back. So there's a lot of things like volume, gain, droniness, the type of sound that it is, and the reverbs that you use with all push stuff back in the mix. Whereas something that's more dry, but especially um, usually brighter sounds or sharper sounds, heavy transient sounds, those are going to all be more forward. They're going to be up in your face. So when we're doing the foundation, we're setting the difference between the two on a foundational level, because if you think about the most important foundational stuff in a mix, bass is pretty important, kick is pretty important, snare is pretty important. In a traditional song, other than the vocals, those are really some of your main components of depth. It's not everything that will have depth in the mix, but they're major ones. So what we're doing is taking those major components of both drone and bass and the most percussive things, kick and snare, and we're setting a really good foundation between those two early on. And not only that, but like even within themselves. So kick, the top end of the kick and the bottom end of the kick, can have depth in and of itself. We're setting that first so that now we can build around it. We built the scaffolding. Now we bring everything else in and build around that solid foundation of depth, and hopefully we can maintain that depth through the rest of the mix. Makes sense. Any questions on that? Did you see any other questions there? Yeah.
Yeah, Patty asked, so do we intentionally keep the bass lower than the kick? Um, that's kind of subjective, but yes, right? The idea is that we still have to establish forwardness of depth in the low end, right? Because if we think about the cube, up and down is frequency, left and right is panning, front to back is typically volume and transient emphasis. So we do still want that depth in the low end. So we need to have something for the low end to push off of. And that's for the basses because there's not any other frequencies or any other instruments that are really supporting the way that a bass typically would most of the time. I recommend starting it a little bit lower than the kick. The problem is if you bring that bass up, especially if we're like side chaining the bass to really push it forward, the bass will eat up the majority of the depth in the mix. Um, so you just have to be really, really careful. A lot of times when we think about a record like hitting hard or like it's really bassy, it's not necessarily the bass, it's more of like how the kick is impacting versus like this really sustained bass. Because if the bass is super heavy constantly through the mix, there's not really any room for that kick drum to establish the forwardness in our cube at those in that lower half. So to answer your question, yes, I typically recommend starting with the bass lower than the kick so that we get that depth in the low end. Um, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I saw.
I've been dropping the multi-track link in the chat.
What is the importance of room correction? Well, if if you don't have a room that's like set up acoustically, right, that's acoustically sound, then I'd recommend probably using headphones. You can learn a room. And if we're talking about room correction, something like the Arc Studio or Trinov or things like that, they can help with phase alignment. They can help with issues, but the more that they have to do, the more unnatural the sound can be just to fix it. So it's better to either get your room straight, or if you don't have the funds or the knowledge to actually make your room acoustically sound, then I recommend mixing on headphones. Trying to think if there's anything else we touched on that's coming on here. Does reverb add to the depth even though it does flatten things out in the background? Reverb adds, I think, some dimension, right? So we can kind of get a feel of a different space with it. It can, because inevitably it's typically lower than the direct source that's coming in. So we can get a sense of front to back with that. You don't want to rely only on reverb to create depth. And we'll show that here. I think if we can create depth from more of like the foundational elements or other elements in the song, we can actually play with reverb in a different way versus saying like, okay, I'm going to put this big chamber reverb on here now, and now it has depth. It doesn't exactly work the way I like to use the word dimension.
Yeah, it's not just about time and space. It's actually about volume and the type of sound that it is, transient information.
Someone said, was it dumb of me to normalize all of the stems? The only problem with normalizing all the stems is that it changes the balance from the producer. So something to think about is instead of normalizing, I recommend grabbing all the stems together. And we showed it. So the gain staging was good on this. We didn't really have to do it, but I kind of showed some examples on the first, when we first started the mix. But you kind of group them all together and then move them up and down versus normalizing. What normalizing does is it'll put everything at this specific output level. So say you're normalizing to a -5 or -10, everything gets normalized to that -10, which is changes the balance of what the producer did. So in this case, because the producer did a good job, normalizing it throws off the balance, and then I'll be required to figure out what that balance was originally. Now, if everything is all over the place, there's no like noticeable balance to it. You can do that if you want, but also remember, mixing is organic, right? So we're kind of bringing things in one by one, and you can just gain stage from each individual sound as you're bringing it in. So that's completely up to you if you prefer to do that. you can, but depending on how what the quality of the stems are, I don't always recommend that.
Yeah, I always teach it that if you get stems over and they're a mess and they don't have a ton of correlation, go ahead and normalize them if you want to, because you're just going to kind of go through and do a quick like volume mix, we call it, where you're just quickly either using gain or the faders to just get everything where you hear it. So if things are a mess, like there's no correlation, but if there's good correlation, then maybe don't do that and just keep everything the same. And I still like to go through and do a quick like check and quick little gain volume mix just to double check everything and familiarize myself with the track. But you don't have to do that.
Yeah. Someone said define stems. So I'm using stems in place of like the term multi-tracks or the track outs. Sometimes we get them as stems. In this case, it's a combination of multi-tracks and stems. Most people refer to like something being completely tracked out as stems. So I'm just using that term, but it's basically each individual part. A stem would be like subgroups of those individual parts. Um, so it just depends on how you want to say it, but
If you don't normalize, it just keeps the relationship the producer sent you more intact,
right.
which could be a bad or a good thing. Again, if they send you a mess, then it doesn't matter. You're going to have to go through and rebalance everything anyway. So you might as well kind of start from a good normalized place. But when we're talking about foundation method, the change that we're teaching now is that we're not normalizing as often. We're trying to gain stage to get everything around that -5 range so that we can have the kick in the proper place when we do the foundation part, because we're going to be shooting for -5 anyway. So we might as well kind of, I like to take everything. You'll usually find the kick is one of the loudest things, if not the loudest thing. Maybe kick and snare are both the loudest things in the mix that they send you. And then if I turn everything down together so that the kick is hitting about -5 or the snare is hitting about -5, everything else should be below that. And I'll just double check that they are. But then I'm in the right place. Then I mute everything and start the foundation process, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the main takeaway is like we're kind of adding as we go. So we're not, you know, um, you can game stage it as one if you want, or if you need to game stage them each individually as you bring them in. But remember, mixing is organic, right? We kind of bring them in and and work off the order of importance, the
Yep.
order of operations, and that's why we're game staging as we're bringing those in.
Yeah, it works for any genre too.
Yeah.
There's just maybe a little bit of range in where you could set your VU to, but you could pretty much on any genre, you could actually probably push it to that 0 if you were good enough and have maximum depth, and then pull it back a little bit if you need to.
Yeah.
But if you want the bass to shine in the mix, yeah, it still will. And you can, again, this is a starting place. Then you have to use your ear and intentionally put things, if it's a slight dB or to the character and nature of the song, you still have to do that. But what we're trying to get you is in the range you should be in as a starting place to work from, because most people don't even get to that range. They're way off on the range. So they turn it up, turn it down, it doesn't matter. You're way off to begin with. There was one other
Um,
question I saw here, and then we can move on. Can you explain the point where you introduced limiting into the mix? Yeah, so it was after you set those VU and true peak numbers for the kick snare bass. Once you have that all set, you have the transient shape the way you want them, everything sitting kind of in that range that we're talking about, plus or minus a little bit, depending on your taste or what you think for the song. Then you throw a limiter on there. Why? Because we need to see what happens to the kick snare bass at those levels when we push it into a limiter, because that's going to happen in mastering. So if I don't do that, then I'm just guessing what's going to happen in mastering later. What if the way I've shaped things causes them they all collapse and we lose all our depth? We haven't balanced things actually properly, and we lose all our depth, or it's distorting, or something bad's happening. I need to know that now, and I want to know that for the rest of the mix. So I throw the limiter on there. I push it pretty loud, not quite to mastering level, but within a couple dB of it. So we're -9, -10-ish range, and just see what happens. I'm listening. Do I still have most of the depth? You're going to lose a little bit, but is it still pretty depthful or not? Is there any other problems that come up? If not, you're good to go. Then we move forward. We keep the limiter on. We keep mixing into it. Yep. Yeah, so limiting is a sneak peek of mastering, sort of. Yeah, it's kind of letting you know what's going to happen. And we can turn that off later when we send it to mastering. A mastering engineer is going to have some more tools. I'm not saying we do a bunch of compression or EQ or a bunch of stuff on the master bus. We're not mastering in a mix session. We're just seeing what happens with volume, which is the most important thing we need to know. Cool. All right. So let's dive in so we can have ultimate time today for getting these vocals going. A couple things to mention on mixing philosophy for vocals. So here's the fun part. We have our foundation set. What did I say was the third thing that most amateur engineers mess up on?
Vocal level in the mix
Vocal
or
level.
reverb.
Vocal level in a mix. Reverb was fourth, but they could be interchangeable. They're all bad. Vocal level's a big one, though. I hear amateur mixes all the time. The vocal is either way back or way forward. It's just out of place. It's kind of hard to hear. You get too used to it. There's just something about psychoacoustically, we really lose the plot sometimes when it comes to vocals. So let me just give you a really quick and easy way to, once again, put you in the proper range of where the vocal needs to sit most of the time in a mix. And that is, very simply, either 1 to 2 dB above the snare if you want your vocals to sit on top of the mix, a really forward like pop vocal or something like that, or 1 to 2 dB below the snare for vocals that sit back, like an indie rock record or something like that, where you want the vocals to sit back a little bit or just be in the mix more. So we're listening. This isn't something we measure with a meter. We're not looking at numbers anymore. We're listening and we're placing that vocal right about where we hear that snare, plus or minus a couple, depending on where we want it to sit. Okay. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We can break down as we go, but ultimately that's where you'll usually end up, like 80-90% of the time. You might have to tweak it a little bit per genre, but that's pretty much where you're going to end up and where you want it to be. Vocals are also very transient heavy. So there's a lot of transient. It's similar to a snare in some ways. The way we hit T's and P's and stuff are similar to a snare. So it should be right up there. And vocals are kind of the star of the show. The vocal is the thing that in a lot of music, we want the listener to focus on. We want them to hear the lyrics. We want them to hear the emotion in the voice. A human voice is the most powerful instrument in the world. It's the most expressive instrument. It's also the most unwieldy, which is why it's hard to mix, but it is the most powerful, important thing we could do. So we got to get that sitting right in the mix. As far as backgrounds, we want to build those around the lead, often push them to the side, but be very careful with muddiness and sibilance in background vocals. You can be really aggressive in cutting a lot of that stuff out. They don't need to be prominent. I hear mixes a lot of times where they've kept a lot of the mid-range in there on the background, or they have the S's and T's and you hear a hit and it's like, right? We can really cut a lot of that stuff out because we have to think about it as not the star of the show. They're just a supporting instrument almost. We'll talk about avoiding distractions in a sec. And we also don't need to spend as much time on the background vocals as we do on the lead most of the time. We want to polish them up, make them nice, but there's a certain level of detail and attention that we need to give to a lead vocal that we can kind of get around spending because time is important too. The faster we can work and not rabbit hole on stuff, and the more time we can stay in a fresh perspective, fresh ears, the better. So we actually do need to take any measure we can to save time and this is one of those spots. Okay. The other thing I'll talk about really quick is reverb, because we will start using, Kevin usually likes to introduce reverb on day 2. We'll talk about it more tomorrow, but I want to introduce to you our method for handling reverb. It's a template you can set up I don't usually use a lot of templates, but this is one you know, I think is a pretty good way to do it. We call it the buckets method. So let me explain the buckets method to you. We basically have in our effects sends, these buses, what we do for a template is just have a lane for a short and a long reverb for drums, a short and a long reverb for instruments, and then for vocals, usually a short and a long and a delay and maybe a mix. And we have those just kind of set, and maybe we have some like really good starter reverbs on there just set up already. Why do I want that? Because when I'm in mix flow, I want to have some things that I can just kind of turn to quickly. I can change those reverbs later. We'll talk about when and why to do that. But when you have those set up, you can just turn to them quickly and work a lot more quickly. You just put the bus on, turn it up, hear how it sounds, maybe adjust the reverb, adjust the level, EQ it, or whatever else. We can go from there. But at least having that set up. Now, why do we want a short and a long for each one? And why do we want them to be different from each other? Here's the concept. If every reverb on your whole track is the same reverb, it's going to kind of sound a little boring. It's going to be a little bit one note. It'll sound like it's in like a, it'll start to sound, it doesn't go to this extreme, but kind of like you're in a tunnel or a cave. It's just all one sound. And that gets a little boring to the ear. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it gets a little boring to the ear. Whereas if you have reverbs just like on every channel and they're all different, what happens is it gets a little too disconnected. There's too much going on. So what we found is this buckets method of a short and a long for drums, a short and a long for instruments, and then like a short and a long and a delay and maybe a mix for vocals is the happy medium between too much and too little. It's enough difference of reverb that it sounds interesting. It's not too one note or too cave-like, but it's not so sporadic that it feels disjointed. Because we want separation, but we don't want disconnection. Does that make sense to everybody? So that's part one. Part two is, and this is important, I think you really need to consider for each song the emotion of the track. There's a lot of emotion within reverbs and delays too. How you use them, short and long, how much of it you use, all changes the emotion a lot. The type, like a chamber versus a room versus a hall, they all are a little different versus a plate. They have a different character and emotion to them. And so we really need to think, even though we have some maybe set up as a template, ones that usually work for drums, some that are usually work for instruments, some that are usually good for vocals. We don't just accept those. We have to take a second to step back and go, is this really fitting the emotion of the track? If not, then we adjust it. Okay, so we're thinking about that. We're getting the right amount of balance between too much and too little, and we're thinking about the emotion of the space. Does that make sense to everybody? You can continue asking questions. I haven't been able to watch the chat because I've been talking about this, but I think that's the concept in general, right? So you'd set it up something like this where you'd have, your verbs up there. This is logic, but whatever it looks like on yours. But a drum short, drum long, instrument short, instrument long, vox short, vox delay. And mix, I think sometimes it's fun to have like a delay and a reverb on the same channel because it starts to reverb the delay. So if you want something that adds like width, sometimes you can do like a ping pong delay thing that's also verbing. You kind of get this width thing. So that's kind of fun. Something like that. All right. The last thing I want to say, and this is just kind of a way to visualize the vocal in the mix. And if you've been around, you've heard me talk about this before, but I think about a song sometimes if I want to think about it visually as a stage play. Okay. There always needs to be a star of the show. When I first pulled this picture up, who did you look at first? It's that guy up. It's not that there's not anyone else on the stage, and it's not that they don't matter, but they were secondary to where I wanted you to look. I wanted you to see the guy Someone said the little kid. Well, he's distracting, right? So this is a good object lesson.
That's just the falsetto. It's all right.
I want you to look somewhere. So we have to think of when we're mixing a song, we have to think, where do we want the listener to listen? We have to guide them through the journey of the song. Where do I want them to go? It's often the vocal. Then it might switch to a little hook in the instrumental or a drum fill or something that takes them over here for a second. But then I want to guide them back. And the reason I'm talking about guiding is there's ways that you can really shoot yourself in the foot when it comes to guiding people through a track. For example, if one of these people that were on the sides, we'll talk about this more tomorrow when we're bringing in instruments, but if one of these people on the sides, we're watching this play and we're watching it live, it's not just a photo, and they stumble and they trip and they fall, where does our eye go? Goes to them, of course, right? And in the same way, if we don't have consistency in a track, if we're bringing stuff in and all of a sudden this hi-hat is too loud or not controlled dynamically enough, my ear goes over here and it's not on the vocal. The same thing, and I'm creating the illusion of a track. If that lead on the play, on the stage here, if that lead holding the gun there were to stumble and fall, or to miss a cue, or to trip or something like that, then I'm also distracted of the illusion. I go, oh, what's going on? I'm not in a play anymore. I'm not in this story. I'm just noticing a guy faltering. So if we don't control our lead enough, if it's not consistent in the mix, if sometimes it's too buried or sometimes it's too forward or sometimes the S's or the T's start to distract the ear, then it's akin to a stumble. And we break the illusion that should be being painted by this immersiveness that we're talking about. So this is why we're going to use compression. We're going to use frequency balancing and multiband and all these different tools. You're going to see Kevin do a lot of controlling because we want that vocal to be very consistent so that's never distracting through the mix. Does that make sense? It's just like a good way for me, I'm visual sometimes, a way to visualize what I'm trying to do with the song. Yeah, the kid's like a resonance buildup. He's so distracting.
It's all right. We got a little dynamic EQ for him.
All right. Enough of me talking. Let's jump into Kevin.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great explanation, and it's a really good segue into today. So, just to recap, kind of what Caleb was mentioning, we've done the foundation. Now we're going into the lead vocal, which is the star of the show. Even though we do the foundation first, it helps establish our depth. It helps establish sort of like the framework in which we're going to work in. But we really have to make sure that this lead vocal is killer. So, it's we can't ever get around something like performance, right? So I can't change how Lucy sang this at all. What I can do, I can fix timing, I can fix pitch, and I can like EQ, compress, and control like that. But a lot of times if we are starting with like a subpar vocal or vocal that's just not competitive, that's all it's ever going to be. So just keep that in mind too if you're working on your own things or you're working on something for a client, is we can only do so much. So when you have a killer vocal, like when we look at like somebody like Adele, right, a top vocalist, she sounds that way because that's how Adele sounds. Versus like really this is what's happening in the mixes. And Austin, one of the mentors here as well, he can tell you he actually tracks Adele. So she's just really that good.
Nice flex. A nice flex for us.
But I mean, I think it's really important that we discuss that, right? That a lot of what we consider good mixes are really good performances, good production, and vocals are they work exactly the same way as that. So it's my job kind of as a mixer to make sure that Lucy stays the star and I enhance her, but she did a good job on this. So with that being said, I wanted to pull this up, and I also wanted to show everyone a little example too, which I think from an engineer perspective or a producer, anybody that's like tracking vocals, I actually pulled in some vocals from another mix of her that she did on a different microphone so that we can hear like how the same vocal sounds with different microphones, which she tracked on another song with a U87. And so I wanted you all to hear the difference between the U87 and then the Manley reference cardioid that they're using here. and just like how the differences, what they can be from a different piece of equipment really quickly. Because I think it's a good example. So um, I'm gonna send you a request, Caleb, to share the screen.
Oh, yes, sir.
Right. And if you could do what you did yesterday to give me
You
the
bet.
option to share sound.
You bet.
But I know, like, for me, um, one of the big things that I always want to hear is like, hey, what's the difference in conversion? What's the difference in, like the textures of mics? And I think besides the vocalist, right, what makes the biggest difference is a microphone, right? So there's a big difference between a dynamic microphone and a cardioid, and then, or a condenser microphone. And then there's a difference between like, a solid state condenser, tube condenser. There's a difference between a ribbon microphone, those type of things. And so it's yeah. And so that's where the choice is if you have those options. If you don't, you should be able to get it done with anything. Um and so the U87 is a very, you've probably heard that on more recordings than any other mic in history for things like vocals, for on a lot of stuff. It's you'll always see it in a recording studio. The Manley reference cardioid is sort of like, to me, sort of like what we get out of a C800, but a little bit more on the U47 side, as far as like how the mid range is a little warmer, but it has a lot of top end detail. And so, if you have options, choosing the best option can make mixing easier for you. If not, something like a U87 is very pliable. We can mix that. I used U87 for years. Um, I mean, 15, 20 years. It was my go-to when I didn't have the option of something like a 251 or a C800. I'll always grab a U87. But I recently got a reference cardioid myself from Manley, and it is so much more detailed in this. So I just think it's a good example if we listen to like, the raw recording of what she did with the Manley reference and what she did with the U87. So here's an example of that. I'm going to start with the U87
It's good. It's a
and
good point though. Like not all mics will sound the same on every voice too. Like a female singer and male, they're better mics for certain people the way they sing. So
yeah.
you have to just kind
And
of
for genres, right? So maybe we don't want like this super high five vocal sound or this super detailed vocal sound. Maybe you want the warm, maybe you want the ribbon sound, maybe we want, like a vintage
SM7
U47. Yeah,
SM7B like the rock sound.
100%, right? And so that's like one of the beauties of what we do is that, if you look at, I like to think of microphones as like flavors, right? So like this microphone might be vanilla, or this one might be strawberry, or this one might be chocolate, versus like preamps are actually going to be like the difference between a natural vanilla, a French vanilla, another type of vanilla. So it's still vanilla from the mic, but we're just getting slightly different colorations and transient responses based on the saturation of the components within the mic pre, those type of things. So um yeah, so but it's always good to hear kind of a one-to-one comparison on an artist on different microphones. So here is the U87.
Sneak in my head to make me a wreck, what a pitiful mess. Doing what you do best. I wish you were dead.
Right. And then let's make sure that this isn't running here. And this is the reference cardioid.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
All right. U87 again.
Sneak in my head to make me a wreck, what a pitiful mess. Doing what you do best. I wish you were dead.
All right. And
She's singing in a different register in her voice, so it's worth
correct.
noting that. But try to listen for like the tonal things.
Yes.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
So, you know, one of the things that you're getting out of the U87 is like sort of consistent across the frequency spectrum. But really, what I'm hearing is that it's just in a place where it can be EQ'd how you want it to sound, versus the manly reference on the vocal that's actually on this song sounds a lot more kind of like the sound of it is predetermined for you. But it works well for this song, and it's almost like we're gonna push into the sound versus we're gonna pull the sound out of the 87. And so that's why a lot of times with an 87, if you don't know the artist, if you don't know, you know, exactly how they're gonna act on a track, it's a really, really safe bet. And it's really good. Because the things like the manly reference, they sound amazing. The C800 sounds great. The 251, the problem is that sometimes if it's not the right mic for that song, it's going to work against you. But if it is the right mic, it's it ends up 1,000 times better, in my opinion. Whereas like the U87 is always going to be good, but is it ever like great or amazing? And that's what you have to determine. But I do think that this was like a good example of like the same artist and a little bit how these different microphones respond to different areas of the vocal range. So it's not exactly like a one-to-one, but it's still a good example of hey, this mic sounds different than this mic, and
Also,
when might we use it?
also don't get hung up on it either. If you can't afford any of those mics, just use what you have and have
Yeah,
a great performance, because a good singer could sing into a tin can and it'll make it sound good.
exactly. Exactly. Okay, so let's jump into it. Now, when we look at this, I'll bring this up a little bit. It looks like volume-wise on the lead vocal. So we're going to start with the lead vocal. And there's some differences, right? So I would guess that a lot of these have to do with the timbre of her voice. So like if she's going into a falsetto, she's probably more in like a falsetto range here, and then she's probably opening up more into a full range here, whereas this is probably a little bit more of like her natural range. Totally fine. Now you can go in and try to do like some clip gain. So if we were to say like, hey, let's move this and make that visually a little bit closer, or you could even do it, you know, you might grab other parts, like say these parts, and you want to get that there somewhere where it's just a little bit closer. You could do that. The reason why I don't like to do that when it's closer in this range first is I would prefer to just start mixing it. Is it helps me understand how it reacts to what I'm putting it through. Because sometimes when I go in and do too much of the volume automation at first, that it affects how it's hitting the compressor and everything like that. So it's sort of the same concept of how like we're mixing into this limiter, but in general, I would just want to see how it reacts. I'll probably work off this section right here. That's a little bit heavier and just see. And then as I go back, I'll judge to say like, hey, do we need to bring these up, or do we need to do I need to actually split these sections off and process it different? Because there's going to be a difference in how everything's reacting if she's like right, if she's at like a falsetto versus like and so it may, that's just going to be a decision that I make later on, right? If I can make it all work under one, I want to do that because I'm not trying to like break each line up and EQ each line differently and all those types of things. I really want to make the work as seamless as possible so that I can be more creative and not more scientific. So that's sort of like my thought process on where we're starting. We've kind of built the foundation around these parts, but the lead is sort of sparse there, right? So let's look at what's going on here. The main thing I'm seeing is that in this section, these verse sections, looks like a good place to start. But we really didn't do any bass processing on the verses, so let's send the basses to this chorus bus that we did just to see if that kind of gives us a good feel. And let's all All right. And the snare feels a little loud here. Because remember, we basically worked off more of the hook section, which is fine. But now that we're pulling it in here, let's make these quick adjustments. And we're never stuck with that, right? We can always go back and say like, hey, we need the snare up a little bit, down a little bit. When we talk about vocal level versus snare, as long as it's close and it's establishing the forwardness in our cube, how it reacts against the ceiling is really kind of about the sustain, the tail of it. So it's always going to push forward until we get it too low. So yeah, and if we do want the vocals up a little bit, instead of like saying, hey, let's distort the vocals into the limiter, like you can leave them where you want and turn the snare down. Now they're forward. Or if the snare's a good place, you want the vocals to be inside the mix, just turn the vocals down a little bit. So it's a lot more of like not looking at numbers and just feeling it when it comes to this point. So everything after the limiter is more artistic. So let's take a listen here. All right, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off all the elements of the mix that we haven't worked on yet. And we're going to focus on just the lead vocal. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. All right. So we kind of have these two sections. Let's do it one more time. And what I'm doing right now is I'm just gain staging these vocals. So it's like, let me listen to these vocals. Let me hear exactly what's going on. And I'm trying to get these to a level that I feel like is a good starting point. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. Also, don't get caught up on the way these look. I have these zoomed in because so that we can all see them well on our screens and things like that on Zoom. So I'm just kind of zooming in on the waves versus this is kind of at the actual level, and we can catch those with some compressors and whatnot. Which is what I would prefer to do versus like really going in right now and gain staging these. So here we go. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. Okay, cool. So I'm going to just work off this section. So the first thing I think about is what is going to cause me an issue, right? What are problems that I need to fix? And then how do I enhance it? So the few things that I'm hearing are top end, right? So there's some S's, there's some sibilance that's coming through that's not as smooth as I would want it to be. Remember, this vocal there's nothing to mask this vocal really in the mix, at least right now. And so it's really important for me to get the texture that I'm looking for. It's a little on the higher side. So I might say like, hey, maybe I need to add some weight to it. And there's different ways to do that. And also what I'm hearing is that there are some spots in it where the presence is really standing out. And so I have to decide like, how am I going to address that? Am I going to try to EQ those back? Or, in other cases, I might try to compress the body of it into the vocal. It's really just how you're feeling. So yeah, so like that's what's going through my mind. And let's jump into what I would typically do. Oh wait, no, this isn't routed properly. and this is very important as we watch these. So this wasn't routed actually to the mix bus that has the limiters on it. So I'm gonna have to gain stage this again. And that's why it's really important that, that we understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then, well, as this plays, you'll notice that this is really loud. So I'm going to bring this back down.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
Okay, so do we notice now that how much that limiter made a difference, right? Not even just in like how it sounded as far as volume, but also like in the frequency spectrum. So the highs are brought out more. And so the reason why we're mixing against this limiter is, one, it helps us understand what our volume is going to be and where we need to have it at, but also how the top end is going to react to having something, in a limiter stage. Because how often have we put a limiter on something and all of a sudden it's super bright, right? The top end just jumps out. And that's something that we need to consider while we're mixing versus like hoping at the end that it magically doesn't happen, or mixing it much more dull, right? It's like, I don't like guessing what it's going to sound like. I want to know what it's going to sound like. So here we are again. Let's find our loop and let's jump into mixing it. So
when they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
all right, and I do feel like the snare is a little dull for these vocals, so I'm going to bring up a little bit of brightness in there.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it?
So I can't emphasize enough that we have to listen to this. So don't grab a template off of the internet and you're like, oh, this is the vocal template. This is the order. I'm listening. I'm doing a lot of listening right now. And as I'm listening, I'm like, okay, de-essing, cool. Compression, cool. What type of compression? What do I need to do? Do I need to catch these peaks? Cool. I got that. EQing, maybe. In my head, I'm thinking I need to finesse this compression a lot more than I need to finesse the actual EQing right now, because it sounds cool. It's like, man, I just need to kind of squash it and push it into a space where the low mids come up to support the detail, right? But that's what I'm doing as I'm listening. I'm going through all those, and I'm also understanding like vocals, with the type of spatial processing that I'm going to do. How is that going to soften it up? And I know it might seem like, well, if I'm a beginner, I don't even know what to do, and that's fine. Just go with what you do know, right? We need to control this. We need to get this into a place where it's good. But as you get further on in mixing, we're always thinking like 5-10 steps ahead, right? We're playing chess, not checkers on these things. So it's like, what's the outcome is to kind of have like this really cool, polished vocal. I don't hear this vocal as being like a super grungy, really distorted vocal. I hear it as being almost like challenging what's going on in this dark pop beat, right? It's like, can we get it to sound just like money? Can we get it to sound super cool without grunging it up? And maybe we add a little bit at the end, but that's where your taste comes in. So let's do this. I'm gonna probably hit it with a little bit of compression first, just so that it feeds my de-esser a little bit better. And so understanding your tools, right? There's lots of different types of tools. There's I like an 1176, so it's going to be a little bit faster attack on this. And I'm going to there's different styles, right? So the revision A has a little bit more top end distortion, so it's going to be brighter. Revision D, which is like the normal one that we would buy now, has a little bit more low end distortion, but UED makes a great one that's a revision E, and I think it's got a really like nice smoothness to it. So I'm gonna grab that one, and I'm gonna use this just to catch some of the peaks. And I would track. So if anybody's ever seen me track, I like to track with an 1176. And you might hear a lot of people saying like, "Oh, you should EQ before you compress." It's like, yeah, but why do we compress before we EQ on the way in? And there is no rule. So if anybody ever tells you, do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that, they're wrong. I'd be really skeptical. Like, this is a way to do this. This is a way that I might do this in this scenario. But there is no right or wrong in this. It's really how it sounds at the end. So I like all the way slow, all the way fast on the 1176. Remember, the 1176 at its slowest is still faster than the majority of analog compressors at their fastest settings. So I think it's like 0.8 milliseconds or 800 microseconds here. So like just because it's all the way slow doesn't mean that it's on like a 10 millisecond or a 30 millisecond or a 100 millisecond attack speed. It's very, very, very fast.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right, it's not working. What's going on here? Let me see some gain reduction here.
When they laugh, it's all.
Interesting. Let's try it one more time.
When they laugh, it's all.
Huh. So I'm going to switch this. I don't know, for whatever reason, it's not showing me the gain reduction. Not saying that we necessarily need to see it, but I like to see it. We can use our ears. Let's do the U8. We'll do the DSP version. I like to use the non-DSP because then I can kind of take my laptop anywhere and I don't have to be I don't have to use my interface like to plug into it, but let's see.
When they laugh, it's all at me.
There we go.
Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
Did y'all notice how there were some distracting things about that vocal, that even just applying this one compressor, it's smoothing it out enough that it's a little less distracting, like those peaks and things aren't jumping out quite as much. That's what I'm talking about with the lead actor. I was thinking about those things and all of a sudden I'm like listening to the lyrics for the first time because I've stopped being distracted by those peaks. So more and more layers and layers of that till it's like really consistent.
Yep. That is a absolutely great observation on this. And that's one of the things too, like if we're thinking about locking it in with another compressor, well, where those distracting parts come in, right? When there's these like these boosts of amplitude, even though Lucy is a great singer, there's still, when she's switching between this falsetto and other things, like there's going to be fluctuations in the amplitude. And so this just kind of locks it in so that when we use another compressor for character, something like an LA2A or a PWM, like I like the V&E from Hazel Rig, as it hits those peaks, now it doesn't overload that compressor that has a slower release time, right? And so it's like we're getting it to a point where like, okay, now we can kind of shape it without having to worry about what's going on with the ups and downs. Okay. Yeah, so here we're still listening. So let's listen back. What might the problems be here?
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it?
Now, something I want you to listen to too is if I make this release long, right? Watch how it kind of grabs it. And we can do that in certain ways, but I might not want it here. So it just depends on the song. This one, there's a lot of space, so maybe I shorten, maybe I lengthen the release so that it doesn't push it so much in your face. But I want you to just hear the difference.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Now I'm gonna make it fast, like I had it, and watch how it keeps it in your face.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
So it's a lot more reactive to especially that part, right? So this section, right? When we have it too long, what's happening is that it's holding it while there's this fluctuation in amplitude, and maybe we don't need it that much. And of course, this isn't the only one. We're just using this to control it. And I think it's worth stating, let's see, if I just did a quick commit to this so everybody can see what happens. I just want you to kind of see how the waveform changes and looks leading into the next one. 1176s have a very specific gain reduction, like they have a very specific look to them as far as the wave goes, and they really lock it in, but they also kind of push the mid-range and push the vocal forward, right? They don't do that, smooth it and set it back in the mix. They more of like control it and get it closer. So let's see. Of course, it comes in stereo, but let's see how it sounds. All right, do we see how it's much more controlled in here across all of them versus here? Is everybody seeing that? So like we don't see this peak here. This peak's not as hard. This peak's not as hard, but it's still there. We're still getting that. And then there's this little one squeaking through there. That's fine. But you see how much more controlled that is? And so that's why that's a great compressor to lead into another compressor, something like an LA2A, an opto compressor that's going to have a lot more character. But the problem is when we don't control it first, it's going to be too much character on certain parts. So now it's like what it's feeding in, we can give it that consistent 5 to 7 dB. So that's really like one of the things that we're looking for and why something like an 1176 works really well in this. But okay, so I'm going to jump in. I'm going to do a little less talking as I do this, and I'm just going to kind of finesse it a little bit. But the main thing I'm looking for before I do any type of sweetening, like with an EQ, is getting an appropriate texture. So I want smooth. I want a smooth top end. I want it to sound expensive. So I'm going to use a combination of compressors, de-essers.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
All right, let's make sure I'm looping playback here.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh,
Let's see. Yeah, it's fine.
when they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
Okay, cool. So now we're getting a nice little texture, but we can hear where there's certain aspects of maybe the room, like maybe around 400 or 500, where that's kind of being brought out by these compressors. And there's some things that maybe we need to do some corrective EQing. But the majority of what I'm trying to do here is control those S's, because I'm going to boost the top end eventually back into this vocal. So let's listen to it with nothing on there, and then I'll go down the chain.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Okay. Remember, she's kind of going up and down in this. So the main thing I'm listening for are those S's to where they still sound like an S, but they're not like shh. Because when I boost top end, if there is a lot of shh in it, then that sibilance gets like brought way up. Yeah, so let's do just some standard dynamic EQing. I almost always, for corrective, use dynamic EQing. I think one thing I want to do too before I do that is I want to add some weight to it. So I use something like the Mixwave, like the CA70S. This has a cool sound to it. It kind of softens the top, puts a little weight in it, and then it just gives it a rich sound.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Okay. So cool. Those are kind of giving me now my texture. Now what I want to do is I want to use my EQ to find the problems, reduce them, and see if I can get it to a place where I can then bring up the top end.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh.
So normally I wouldn't use something like a resonance suppressor, but it might be a good option right now. Let's see if I change this to a high shelf. And the idea is, excuse me, we'll use like a dynamic EQ on this and see if it can catch where some of those resonant buildups are.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
All right, let's do without it.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
All right.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Okay, so that's kind of catching all those low mid buildups, the mid range buildups. Let's see if there's anything at the top that might be causing us problems. I'm just gonna leave it as a shelf, but I could do this as like a bell curve or something like that with like a little bit higher dB per octave to catch just that spot. So like say if I switched it to something like this, we called it like a bell curve. We did it like that.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Cool. So we'll just leave it as that. Let's see.
When
So I'm looking for like little areas that are going to jump out because as I boost the top, I don't want those to be boosted.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? More famous. When they laugh, it's all at
Right? So those resonances are just sort of like from the tube saturation from the harmonics. So I'm going to bring those down because I don't want those to jump out while I'm boosting.
when they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more.
All right, I'm going to do one more little bit of de-essing up here. Super transparent, the Pro DS. Then I'm going to do some shaping.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
So there's a lot of ways that we could do this. Like a lot of times I'll grab like the Mog EQ or Pool Tech. We can see what both sounds like. I kind of want to grab more like some 10K from the Mog. So let's try that first.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
Got it.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
All right, I'm going to push it up in the mix a little bit. Let's do this here.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh, it's all at me.
Cool. That feels good. Let's see what a Pool Tech sounds like. I'm going to bypass that. Let's see if we can do a little shaping with one of those.
When they laugh, it's all at me. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
Oh, I get. Bring it back to the Mog.
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich.
Okay, cool. Let's take it back from the top of this verse.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, miles above. I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. Miles up,
What's going on here?
miles above. I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me, miles above.
So the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to use this tube tech here to try to get a little bit of texture out of it and just control it a little bit.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Get my loop going. All right, so yeah, I'm just going in and I'm listening. That's all. I kind of worked up that one part where I felt like it was a little bit more dynamic just to make sure that I was good to go on that. And it's transferring well to these parts.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Miles above.
Right. And so I'm just using this for like a little bit of control here and a little bit of tone. So I've got it really, I'm doing dry wet with it. So I don't do parallel compression like from an auxiliary send. I only do it from dry wet options on a compressor. So this I think just kind of gave it a good little bit of texture. And so that feels like a good lead for this one section.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
All right. The last thing I might listen for, are there any little bit of resonances that jumped out as I boosted that top in? And let's see.
Miles above. At me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
Once you're done, there's one in the
When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Pre-sync code.
There's also one a little higher up too, really high up whistle tone
Okay.
that I keep hearing. That's starting to
Gotcha.
suck. Like higher.
Are you serious? Everybody's rich and
Like there?
Yeah, thank you.
No
Starting-
problem.
Starting to drill my
Yeah.
tune.
And so, you know, what we want to do is we want to brighten it, but we don't want to make it scratchy, right? We have to find those areas where they might cause us those type of problems. And you saw like on those moves, I didn't even do these as dynamic because I just felt like the character of the microphone, like that was just kind of coming through at like 10K or, you know, almost 11K, 4400. It's just always there in everything that was coming, you know, as I boosted it up. So I just brought it down. It's totally fine.
miles above.
Remember, this has no spatial processing on it either, right? So that will soften up some of this as well. And now I feel like from a dynamic level, there is one more step that we would do that I typically wait till the end, but it would be volume automation on this. So now that we have it locked in, there are going to be times when like maybe it comes up a little bit or maybe it goes down a little bit, just depending on how it's reacting. But I don't want to try to force it into anything else as far as like a compressor goes or whatnot. It's really locked in. And I don't know. I'm going to see how long this will take. I'm curious just to see just to see how this looks. Um, Same way we did with the 1176, but it will you should see it that it's probably going to be a lot more solid. And the idea too is that we don't do all this with one compressor, right? So we don't want to do like 20 dBA compression with one compressor. We're going to do it in different ways and we're going to shape it. It's just an envelope or envelope shaping with these compressors. But the ultimate goal is to have it react how we want it to react and for it to be locked in. So as we can see now, right, there's still, oh, don't do that. It's very controlled, but there's still some dynamic levels, right? It still goes up here, and that's okay. But compared to this, it's just a lot more manageable. And the idea is now we can take this and we can ride this, automate this how we want, but we haven't squashed the life out of it, right? We didn't turn these into like little sausages. It's just natural control because we really want the artist to shine. Sometimes it might call for that, but in general, we don't want to like we can compress a lot. We just don't want it to sound over compressed. We want to each move that we make, we want to kind of bring up or control things in a different way. Like I want to bring up some of the character of the right, but I also want to control the fluctuations in amplitude. So it's sort of, you know, everything's give and take with these. But the idea is we want to get this to sound as good as we possibly can against the foundation that we've built. And let's add in some, let's see, let's add in some spatial processing just so that we understand how it's going to sound, how it fits. So I love room reverbs. Anybody that's ever watched any of my stuff, I do a lot of room reverbs. This is a favorite of mine. It's based on the SP 2016 from Eventide. I have some settings on that too as well. I mostly use the Verb Suite Classics because I have all these emulations of all these great reverbs, and I think they do a good job with it. But I use a lot of the 2016, the SP 2016, the Lexicon 224, Lexicon 480, and the Bricasti M7. Those are kind of my favorite ones to use with this. But so let's add a little room reverb. If we're talking about our buckets, this would be our short, right? So let's add some short here. And for full disclosure, like buckets is new to me, and it's something that I realize that I have been doing. But I don't necessarily set it up for each one. But if you are learning and you're trying to figure out reverb and how it adds dimensions, short and long, great place to start. So a lot of us will probably find that we're already doing some sort of version of it. So it's completely up to you if you want to use it. But if you are confused on where to start, buckets is a great method to use to learn reverbs and delays. So here's the room.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
If you notice too, as soon as that's added, that it almost softens it some. Like we hear the dimension, but it 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 takes a little of the edge off, I think. So without it,
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
right? So we hear just it's short, boo, but it sounds good. Room reverbs are something that I see people really sleep on. And in the past, some of that room sound might actually come from the room, right? I mean, that's what it's made to mimic. And we do like to track dry so that we can add whatever we want. But sometimes there's a really good sounding room. I thought the rooms when we were in New York at Quad, they were good sounding rooms. And so there was a little bit of room sound in them that I thought worked in our advantage. If you're in places like Nashville or LA, there's some really great sounding rooms out there. Or anywhere. It can be anywhere. But and if you don't have that, dry is great too because we can add it. But that's sort of some of the magic that comes from it. Let's try some of these. This is a different chamber that I'm using, the CD chamber. This is from the McCloskey M7. If you use something like Seventh Heaven, or if you have a McCloskey, these are just some of the presets on there. Let's see how this feels. So the chamber is going to be a bit longer, even though I have it as like a medium length.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you?
All right, we're hearing that. We hear that little bit of tail on it. So I only want it to be felt. It's actually a little bit heavy. I'm going to turn the pre-delay up on this so that it doesn't interfere with the vocals. Let's see if we can turn it down even to here, because I just want it to tickle that space.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you?
Okay, cool. So I don't want you to hear these reverbs as much as I want you to feel these reverbs. I want you to feel the space that I'm creating. Another great chamber from the McCloskey emulations is the Sunset Chamber, and I use that a lot too because it has a little bit more top-end information. So let's send this to the McCloskey and let's see how that sounds.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you?
Cool. You see how it's kind of like filling up that space? Let's see if we can brighten it. Let's see what happens. Not this one. They're a little dull, especially with nothing going on.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you?
All right. I'm going to brighten it even more. I'm going to try to get it sparkly. So this is where I'm starting to listen. And I'm just saying like, hey, like, what might this need? What can create the story, the emotion that I feel in my head? And the key with reverbs is to do too much. A lot of times with EQing is to do too much and then dial it back in. So I'm going to push too much high end in this, find out where I want to do that, and then just kind of make sure it feels good. So let's turn that on.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
Cool. That sounds good. I like that. Let's put this, so we can do EQ. So if we split it, the way that these work, we can do like EQ before dynamics or dynamics before EQ. So we're gonna do this post. So if we take pre off, then what that means is that I'm gonna run it through the EQ and then I'm gonna compress the reverb signal afterwards to see if I can get a cool sound out of it.
Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's reaching their way more
Cool. Then I'm gonna bring it down here.
miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's reaching their way more famous.
All right. And then let's mess it up a little bit more. Let's put something on it that's going to do some sort of movement type stuff. And so the reason why I'm doing a little bit more right here is just because it's a very open arrangement. So I think something like the UAD, the MXR phalange doubler, that one sounds awesome. Let's see how it feels on this.
Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's reaching their way more famous.
All right, and the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to duck it a little bit. So let's duck the center. Here we're going to do a little side chaining on it so that it comes up when the vocal's not going, but while the vocal is going, we don't hear it. Vocal chorus, let's do Vox left and right. So the lead vocal is going to trigger this, or the things that are going into this. And we're just going to set this up to dip on only the midfield here, so that we keep it on the sides.
Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
And I'm going to lift the sides.
Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's reaching their way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
All right. And then let's add just a little bit of saturation. So we'll do something like so part of what's going on is just I'm just hearing things in my head, right? So I wish I could explain it a little better than that. Like, hey, I just want this space to sound like this. And you can do whatever you want with this. You could make it dark. Dark would work good too. Let's see. McDSP makes this. I forgot the name of it. Analog channel, the AC202.
And don't worry, we can break all this down if you're starting to feel lost. Kevin's just kind of cooking here because he's got to actually mix, not just talk. So we can break all this down at the end.
Yeah.
Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's reaching their way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
Right. So you can kind of make this sound however you want it to sound. I just got a little bit of inspiration on that one reverb. I'm gonna turn it down just a hair more. And let's see, let's do something like I like this magnet stress box. This is a fun one too.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's right.
Cool. All right, and then let's add a little bit of delay. So I usually like to use some like offbeat delays or some delays that aren't just like on quarter notes and things like that.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
Cool. And let's bring the top end down just a hair on that reverb.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
And let's see what let's add some chorus to it. I feel like that would sound good on this.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
All right, let's try something else. I'll try like a micro shift. So I'm just putting a chorusing plugin on here because it's really out there by itself. And I thought maybe, we're getting into like processed pop vocal, which is fine, but it might be too much for the producer, and that's okay if they pull us back. But we're gonna be risky, right? They're paying us for our taste here today. So I'm really just trying to get a good lead vocal sound on this, and something that just feels a lot like how I want it to feel, how it sits in the track. So let's see this. This is just micro shift. This is the basic setting. I like it on 3, Roman numeral 3 here. I have no idea what it does, but as far as like what that 3 does versus the other ones. So
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Mom.
all right, let's see what's going on with this ping pong delay. You know what? I'm gonna add my other chorus I had on there. This is from the RMX 16 from AMS. It's cool. Let's see what they sound like together. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't.
Miles above,
Oh,
I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
It's nice.
Miles above, I'm out of luck.
so now this is what I need to listen to that snare. Then I have to decide, does this vocal need to sit beneath that snare or above that snare? I feel like the vocal could come up a little bit for a pop song. And instead of pushing the vocal like crazy above the snare, I can bring the snare down a little bit if I want to. So let's give it a little more volume and then pull the snare back and just see how that changes the feel.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and
Oh, it doesn't like the isotope. We'll bring this down. I'll do it from the actual fader. So let's bring it down, not 20, down 2.
miles above.
There we go.
I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right, that's feeling good. Let's see. Let's add a little bit more flange to this one.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
That's cool. The flange kicked in a little bit there. And let's get this. I have a ping pong delay in here. Let's see how that feels.
Miles above, I'm out of luck.
So what I'll do for this one is I'll just use this ping pong delay just one time. I just want to do one little like just engineer flex ear candy thing on one of these parts, and I'll automate a delay.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right, that's cool. And then let's take some of the lows out of it because it kind of builds up some low end in it. And I might put some earlier on in the song, but like that's just what we're doing. We'll just do a little bit of that for fun. Let's take some of the low cut. Let's bring a little bit more high in there and add a little feedback to that. All right, let's see.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right, and I want to see what it sounds like if we switch these to eighth notes on the ping pong. And then we should be pretty good on that lead vocal. Let's put them down to 8. And so the beauty of like taking this type of time to mix the lead is really shaping it, really getting it to fit in the track how you want, is everything else just has to work with it, right? It's because it's the star of the show versus like, we're going to spend 3 hours on background vocals. Like, no, like we're going to come in and we're going to make sure that they are not messing up this lead vocal. Now, there are times when the arrangement might call for that, but in general, that's not really our ultimate goal here. It's really to get a great, great lead vocal sound.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right.
I don't have a
And this is cool. Let's add saturation. Let's turn the volume down so that we don't hear it as much. Turn the high cut, low cut, back a little bit of that. All right, yeah, cool. So all I did there, and that's usually a lot more time than I would spend on like a lead vocal or a vocal reverb effect on this. I'm still not all the way in love with it. I might roll off some or do like a tilt on it to try to make it just a little bit warmer. But yeah. And as we see in here in the arrangement, right, there's just some stuff on like the lead on the chorus and then just a couple background vocals. So, and even in the arrangement, right, there's not a whole lot of stuff going on. Bass, let's see, keys and synths and all that stuff.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they
Whoops. All right. But you see, like, there's not a lot of things to get in the way of what we're doing vocally. So it makes more sense to do some really cool reverbs like that. You know what I think might sound cool here too is something like saturation from Black Box. Let's see what happens if we do that. I just want, and then I'll leave it alone. Right? We're never done with this. So, oh no, not that one. Let's go here. And let's look at, we'll switch into mid-side. Let's see what happens if we push it on the sides.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich.
All right, let's see what's going on with these background vocals really quick.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they
All right, let's gain stage up down.
miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
So I think this would be a situation where I might automate these because they sound good. They sound good with the lead.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
So you turn that part up.
Can't you hear it? Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right. Yeah, so with the backgrounds, they already kind of have some processing on it. Super cool. We'll run with the wet. So this is a dry and a wet on these multi-tracks. So these are all kind of still run to the same bus, so we're getting a lot of the same effects on them. Totally cool. Let's see.
Heaven help me.
All right, if we're just gonna get funky on this, let's just let's pull the sides up on these and see how they sound. We might go back. We'll make some more adjustments tomorrow on these, but to wrap this up, let's use something like the Vertigo. I love the DSM-3. It's a super fun one. But let's pull. We're just gonna add some harmonics and lift the sides with it. You can do this with a EQ. You can do whatever you want. I'm just really going in and just trying to do some taste stuff. So.
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
All right, let's see what's going on here. What if we do, just for fun, so that we can get it shot down by the producer, let's put Altar Boy on that. Let's do little Altar Boy on the lower part here. And we'll dry wet that. I don't recommend doing big creative decisions like this. If you're getting paid to mix, if it's your own stuff, go crazy. But let's see.
Do.
Yeah.
Do it. Just scare them to death. And then...
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
Let's see. All right, now there's a resonance in there, and then we're going to distort it, really, just for fun. So let's control that resonance really quickly, and then we'll be done. And we'll mess it up.
Heaven help me.
Right, that's where it is. We hear that. And now let's throw some cool distortion on this. And in my head, it's going to work. It probably won't. If it won't, we'll take it off. We're not going to be stuck on it. But let's do the 610. B. Thanks, Brad. Brad, if you're on here. It's one of my new favorite plugins for a cool distortion.
Heaven help me.
I'm not in love with it. Let's just take all that off. Can't have an ego in all this. Got to be confident though. Yeah. So I think that's a good place for today. We've got most of the vocals figured out, except for this ad lib. That's fine. And then whatever this is, but those are like little pieces that get added. But I think we have a good lead against against the foundation now. So, what do you think, Caleb? That's a good spot to wait to pick it up tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good. Why don't you spend a second and go through everything you kind of did really quick from a high level, just like here's what I was thinking or the problem I was trying to solve, and here's how I did it.
Gotcha. All right. So here is the lead. And the main thing I'm trying to do with this is texture, right? So I want the right texture. Texture is very, very important. And control. So she has pretty good control. And each one I'm adding, and I'll explain what I did. So the first one was this 1176.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
That one's mostly for control, a little bit of texture. Then I'm catching the S's because I really want to smooth out that top end without it making sound like a lisp. And so I'm doing a little bit of de-essing that I feel comfortable to where I can hear what it's doing without it over de-essing. And then I dropped another one after it to catch the little bit of overs for the next one. And I use multiple different types of de-essers just for fun. They all have their own color to them. So these are a little bit warmer de-essers than something like the Pro DS.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
I don't usually put them next to each other like that, but in this case, I really wanted to focus on that. So I did it. Then for this, I'm doing more of like a vibier compression. So this is going to change the sound a little bit.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
Right, you see how much body it brought up? And then I dropped this to just kind of give me some weight.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
Because the one thing I don't want to do is really thin this vocal out too much because there's nothing to support it, right? There's no guitars to support it or anything. There's like a little vocal chop or something like that. But the vocal is really out there by itself, so it needs some weight to it. And she's singing in a falsetto, and it's a female vocal. And then here, a few things that I did, and this looks crazy. I don't normally EQ like this, but it worked. So I use the resonance suppression in just this band to catch how there is a resonance. It could be from the room. It could be from anything. But we're kind of hearing this resonance move around consistently in the low mids. So I use this in resonance suppression mode, I think is what this is called, or spectral mode. And it just basically reacts more on the peaks of the resonance versus like the whole band. And then the rest of these up here are just little areas where there is frequency buildup because I was going to boost them back up. So I'm really just still trying to get it to a very clean, smooth, pliable signal here.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
All right. So a lot of times, like something like Soothe will do that as well. I don't think they do it as good as Pro Q. I haven't used a new Soothe. I actually downloaded it to use it today, but I didn't do it because I'm a Soothe hater. Just kidding. Soothe, it's a good plugin. It just, if you don't use it right, it can get grainy. A little bit of de-essing.
Miles above, I'm out of luck.
And if you see, right, it's only grabbing it when it hits the S's versus having it like something like
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all a...
And the idea is that we don't want it like cutting off the top end. Then I did my heavy shaping EQ where I did 5 dB at 10K and a little bit of parametric EQing. Well, I don't know if it's technically, but yeah, it acts like a parametric EQ. But we're just doing a dip at 160, 650, 40, and the sub. So
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
okay. And then I'm using the R compressor to push the vocal a little bit more forward in the mix.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
Okay. And then the CL1B I'm using for a little bit of control and a little bit of tone.
Miles above, I'm out of luck.
Do you hear how it softened it, right? Without it?
Miles above, I'm out of luck.
Now listen to the top end.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they...
And I am compressing it pretty hard, but I'm running it in parallel. So I'm not doing, it's just a little bit on the dry side. I mean, it's a lot more on the dry side. It's just a little bit of wetness. I don't know what number this would be. Maybe like 15% or something like that. So, but you can still hear how that texture changes.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
And as we do this, right, we're gain staging. So I don't want to like pop these plugins on and there be a drastic difference. So let's see if I turn these off. Let's see where it's at.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
Mainly, we're getting a little bit of gain, but it's pushing it forward. If anything, it's just there. And then as we add, we're adding room reverb.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it...
Chamber.
Miles above, I'm out of...
Excuse me, that's a delay.
Miles above, I'm out of luck.
First chamber.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh.
All right, let's see, what's this? This is the chorus.
Miles above, I'm out of luck.
And these are just to kind of get like a little bit different texture, a little bit dimension, just get it to sit in the mix. This is where we did a lot of the heavy lifting on this like really vibey EQ, vibey reverb. It's so chamber.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh.
Yeah, and so it's just like flange, some EQing, really boosting the top, some saturation, and then ducking it while it's going. So that, and then a ping pong delay that's mostly doing a throw on it. So here's the vocal without any of the processing, and then I'll pop the processing on so you can hear the spatial processing, what it does.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right, so there's no processing.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're...
Right. So we still might do, I'll still probably do some volume automation on that, but that's like a good spot to add the other instruments into our mix.
Perfect. Thanks, everybody. So continue mixing. You have till, I'd say probably 2 or 3 a.m. Eastern time to turn those mixes in. I've been dropping the link, and I'll drop it in a couple times in the chat for you to send them into. We'll also send it out in the email and in the post when we send the replay out later. But tomorrow should be a lot of fun. Now we got to bring everything else in around it. We have the foundation set, which I kind of consider vocal to be kind of part of that foundation. And now it's like, what's next most important? What's next most important? What's next most important? And you're kind of adding in the layers of an onion around everything else. And that's what we'll do tomorrow, as well as the mix contest results. Let you guys choose a winner for that. And announcing a brand new intensive that we're starting at the end of next month, which is going to be really cool. Never done it before. So stick around for that too. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks, Kevin. Great work today. And for you backstagers, we'll see you over there shortly. Have a great one.
See ya.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome in.
Hey.
Patty's first in line, then John. You guys are fast. You guys are fast on the mouse. Yep. So quick. You would have survived the Wild West. Let's just say that. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Oh, signing in from Colombia.
Oh, where's it?
Yeah,
Pagoda?
South America.
Yeah.
Bogota.
Bogota?
I think that's how it's pronounced. I've never been there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So. I'd love to.
I think you're right. Hi from Italy. What's up, Canada? Hey, Texas. Got California. Another Colombia. Colombia showing strong today. Germany, San Diego, Chicago, Finland, UK, Copenhagen, Sweden, Chicago again, UK, Atlanta, Switzerland. Another UK. Whoa, it's going fast. Seattle.
We're worldwide, baby.
It's going too fast now. What's up, Portugal? I'll see you in August.
Hey.
What's up, South Africa, North Carolina, Warsaw? Make sure you set your chat settings to everyone instead of hosts and panelists. More Cali, more Texas, Sri Lanka, Bolivia. What's up, Singapore? You're showing strong today. You're representing your countries and states well because you made it to the end. If you're still here, my hat's off to you. You're the true OGs. You're the true gluttons for punishment. You're the ones who really want it. That's why you came back. You keep coming back. You keep pushing. You're the ones I respect. You've come all this way. Welcome back to day 3 for Fix the Mix Challenge. I'm excited to dive into today, and a special thank you again to Focusrite. We only partner with companies that we use. We never take a penny to partner with anybody. We don't take bribes. We just partner with the companies that we respect, that we use. Focusrite has been making great products for a long time for many of our students. So thankful for them being a part of this. And if you haven't been here this week, my name's Caleb Lovelace, the Director of Education for Mastering.com. We have Mr. Kevin McCloskey here, who's been mixing all week with us. The 5-time Grammy nominated, 2x Billboard #1, 32x Gold and Platinum. He's just going diamond, by the way.
It's just got to be certified. We're gonna get there though. The artist actually has a big summer record that's like #1 on the Billboard on the hip hop chart. So hopefully they'll go in and certify the rest of his catalog. We'll see. We'll see.
Amazing. Incredible.
Might be a good summer.
We also have Mr. Rob Mazes lurking in the background. Hey, Rob.
Cool. Not in the studio today, it's out of action. flooring's getting redone. So
That's
unfortunately, no nice camera angle.
all good. No worries. So far, we've done day one where we got the foundation set up. Day two was all about vocals. Who loved yesterday? How great was that? The attention to detail, how we just got that vocal sitting perfectly, popping in the mix. It's fun to watch a wizard work. It's our pleasure to watch you do your thing, Kev. Great
Oh, it's
stuff
a
on
pleasure
that.
to do it, man. It's fun. It's fun. This was actually a little more challenging than I thought it would be. That lead vocal. So I'm
Yeah, I
glad
was
we had the
surprised you
time.
had to do how much you had to do on it. It was interesting.
I think it's because it's really just out there by itself.
Well,
I
the
think
more raw,
sometimes,
yeah, the more raw
yeah,
something is, it's like you hear every little nuanced detail.
yeah, there's nothing to hide behind in this one.
Yep. That was a great session. What did y'all take away from yesterday? What were the big takeaways? EQing the reverb? It's a great
It's funny
takeaway.
because I don't usually like do it that much, if at all. So
Two reverbs. Yeah, you got to use a couple.
yeah.
Compressions, vocals are hard, man. They're just, let's shift that. Here's how I view it, because I think you could think of vocals as hard and I think it can feel daunting, but think of it this way instead. Think of it as the thing that takes the most attention to detail, but the most humanness. It's the part where you inject the most humanness, I think, in the entire process because of that detail and because of how connected we are as humans to the human voice. We understand it in a way that a robot never could, right? So we know how to get in there and understand how the emotional flaw at the end of a phrase becomes important, and we can bring that out and bring that up. We understand that stuff. So this is really our canvas to paint on. Vocal is everything, really. So take your time with it, be detailed with it, and make it really come to life and give the emotion of the song and the lyric. It's an art, that's for sure. Layering and effects, missed day 2 and 3. Well, welcome, Frank. You're here. You can go back and watch the replays, and you'll want to because it's been great. Yeah, more plugins than I expected to, Dave. Kevin is amazing. That is true, in fact.
All right, finally, someone sees it.
It's only been your mom telling you that so far, but
Right,
someone else
right.
noticed, Kevin.
My grandma knew. She was right. She
Oh,
wasn't
I
lying to
see.
me all those years.
Absolutely. How long did it take to train your ear? Is a question.
I don't know if my ears are trained, but um, I mean, I think I feel like every day, every mix, I get better than I was. So it's just like this constant, ongoing journey of developing that. But I'd say a couple, a couple years of fooling around with it. If I had more mentorship, it'd probably be a little faster.
Yeah, come take our program. We have something for you. Uh, how long have you been mixing for? Someone else asked.
That's a good question. Really, probably about 20 years now. So I've been in like receiving like higher like label accolades probably for the past 10.
How did you start?
Like everybody else, I was a percussionist through college. I did some production. I didn't know why my production didn't sound good, and I went down through that rabbit hole and worked in studios. And the industry stuff, I ended up being the engineer for like a big time producer, and worked my way up from there. And then opened a few of my own brick and mortar studios, and that was about it. So just kind of like just went along for the ride with it, trying to make my initially trying to make my beats sound better.
Love
Here
it.
we are.
Here you are. It's a, it's amazing how many twists and turns life gives you sometimes. I bet you didn't
Yeah.
expect you'd end up with the room you have, the plaques you have, the experiences you've had along the way. It's pretty
I don't
cool.
know. I think I just want to be like water. Just wherever the universe pushes me, I'll try to go. And when I do something and I commit to it, I try to do it at the best I can. Like so, if it's like gardening or woodworking or any of those type of things, I think I would want to do them at to the best I could possibly do it if I really loved it, and it just happened to be music,
Nice.
so it worked out.
Very cool. Well, we're honored to have you as part of our program. Thanks for being a great mentor and help to students in our programs, and thanks for doing this event.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
So today, day 3, we got to bring everything else in. This song doesn't actually have a ton of other stuff. I mean, if there be other tracks we've worked on where maybe we still got a 50 or 60 tracks to bring in at this point. We got the foundation, the vocal set, but it's like we got a lot of other stuff. Background vocals, layers of background vocals, guitars, layers of guitars, all sorts of things. But today I think it's somewhat minimal. So again, that just makes the attention to detail even matter more. We got to be more sharp on making everything that is in there sound the best it possibly can be. We'll talk about a little bit how to do that. I think when we think about this next phase, if you ever get lost in it, this is isn't the only way to do it. But if you get lost in it, I think it's okay to look at it as a hierarchy of importance. Think of it as what's the next most important thing to the song? The goal here is let's make that fit now around the foundation and vocal properly. We're going to be carving out frequencies to make space for that great foundation that we've sent. We want them to sit nicely in the mix. But it's also important to note that it's not the other way around, because I've seen people mix, I've seen the process where sometimes people go a different way about this stuff, and in the end what they're trying to do is fit the foundation into everything else, or fit the vocal into everything else, and then they're changing all of that a bunch to make something that's less important work. There's another way to approach it and think about it, which is let's bring these things in like layers of an onion. Let's bring them in one at a time. We're going to create depth with them. We're going to find where they go in the depth spectrum. We're going to find where they go in the stereo spectrum. We're going to continue to fill out our height dimension of the cube, but we're always going to carve around that foundation, which already sounds good. You could almost release the song as it is. It's got a beat, got bass, got vocals. There's some songs that just have that. So everything else is a support. And of course, don't forget this picture, because now we're talking about the supporting cast. We don't want anything to distract. We're still thinking about consistency. And that ties into the way we use EQ. The way we use compression is all tied to not having anything distract us from where we want to guide the listener's attention through the process. We still want it to go where we want it to go, whether it's on the vocal or a hook that comes in and for a moment. Everything else. The reason we use compression, for example, is to even things out so that the ear doesn't pick up on the subtle discrepancy of something being too loud or too quiet in a moment. The ear will just start to pick up on those things, and all of a sudden it's noticing that stuff even just subconsciously instead of being focused and immersed and lost in the illusion of the music. The reason we use EQ is to carve out space so nothing is building up, so everything has space. Notice one thing is you can see every face pretty much in that photo. They all found their window. So we got to create space for everything within all of that space we have in the dimensions of the cube that we're talking about. Anything you'd add to that, Kev?
No, I mean, I think you're dead on with it. It's like something has to be the focus, but we can't lose everything else. Only focusing on that. And I do find that happening a lot of times with the foundation. It's like people get really good drums and really good lead vocals, and they don't really know what to do with everything else. And that comes with time. But just keep that in mind, is that even though something is super important, like the lead, the other parts of it actually help with the energy. They help with the emotion. They help with the overall vibe of everything that you're doing. So you do have to still pay attention to those things as well.
Yeah, it's funny. The other thing I see on the other end of the spectrum with the foundation with students who are just starting to learn it is oftentimes they have the other stuff come in too quiet. That foundation sounds so good
Right.
that they don't know really how to build everything around it properly. So they just keep everything really quiet. But there's stuff in the track a lot of times that's going to be almost as loud as, the vocal and the snare are. So we have to become expert, not just in bringing things in, but really giving them as much energy and life as we can. not everything will be as big as everything else, but as much as it's supposed to have, giving it that space, giving it that energy, and finding the right place for it in the mix. So I think that's an important thing to think about. So it's not too much, not too little. Goldilocks.
It takes time, right? It's not something we can read about and do it, right? We have to do the exercises. We have to put the work in. So
And yes,
just
this is the
follow
Great
along.
Les Mis. This is the Great Les Mis musical. Great one.
Pull this session back up. Over in the night, it was bothering me just a little bit. The brightness on that reverb. I kept thinking like, man, I want more weight to it. So I'm gonna do that today. And then we're gonna jump into the rest of it. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. One last question that people asked that I saw I should answer. It can be any genre. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, and if anybody has any questions or you need to answer them while we're doing this, totally fine.
Yeah, I'll try to answer them in chat.
We're just hanging out. So, like I said, the only thing is like playing this back that I did feel like maybe I wanted just a little bit more weight in that really vibey reverb that I EQ'd and compressed and did all that. And so we'll see. And that brings up a good point, I think, when we're thinking about mixing, because mixing works sort of both ways, right? If it's like, oh, I want something louder, well, we can turn it up, or we could turn everything else down. It depends on how much room you have, depends on what's going on. Same thing here. Like, if it's too bright, well, we could back off some of the brightness, or we could add some more low end to it, right? So it's just give and take, and it all depends on like at what stage, of your signal flow it is, because everything kind of most of the time can affect other things, can affect other parts of your chain. So that's what I'm gonna do here. I'm just gonna see if I add a little weight, just because for whatever reason it was just stuck in my head of like, I don't know if that reverb didn't. It was just a little too bright for me. So let's just take a listen.
Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Miles above, I'm out of love.
Okay, that feels better. Now there's like some little mid-range thing. Let's see if I can catch it. The compression's going to push that up. I'm going to pull out just a little bit of mid-range from that, and then we should be good. So we'll just go with Pro Q4 again.
Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right, that feels good. We'll leave it at that. Ton of plugins on that, but sometimes you might go in and try to tweak other plugins, and sometimes you just might jump on the end of it. There is no rules. There are no rules to this. There is no one set way of doing it. Now there are fundamentals that you can kind of like practice, but in this case, we're just like trying to catch a vibe with this, so that's what it is. All right. So I think I've only listened to the song when we played it through. So I don't really remember what's in the song, other than there's not much. So I'm just gonna have a listen through with everything else, how the producers sent it with no processing. I'm gonna visually look to see what's going on as well. And it doesn't look like there's even one section that is dominant from top to bottom, other than this percussion loop probably. So, I'm just gonna have a listen, and I'm just gonna think about it as it goes through.
Little girl, ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself. Miles above, miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself. Heaven help me.
Very cool. All right. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because we spent so much time on getting like the vocals in a good place that almost a lot of the main melodic ideas from the production are also vocals. Right? So, uh if we take a listen here, it's right, and these kind of have a lot of presence in them. And I would assume that they sound a bit like Lucy's voice. I don't know if Lucy did them, but they're sort of, they're kind of in the same range. So it's like, what do we do? Well, if I have to choose, I'm choosing Lucy always. A few things that I did too was just go in and do a little bit of volume automation, or just clip gaining down. So like a little bit of gain staging to when I heard things that were really standing out. Um, so I just tried to bring those down. Some of these I brought down by about 5 dB. Others a little bit more, but that's just like how it's reacting initially, and it's sort of like how we would do like a fader mix, right? Where like if we brought everything up and then set it how you want. The reason why I don't recommend doing like just a static fader mix to begin with a lot of times, is because faders are like they're kind of turning everything down post processing, which is fine, but if say you have something that's high, right? So say that something maybe you only have 1 dB of headroom, or it's right at unity gain, right at 0, as far as the amplitude of it. If we try to do any type of additive EQing, right, and say we pull the fader down 20 dB to get it to be where you want in the mix. Well, if we do any type of additive EQing at that point, then it's distorted. So really what a lot of people would say, like, oh, I want to do a fader mix. Well, we are, but we're doing it instead of grabbing faders, which maybe you have some faders in front of you or whatever, but we're actually doing it from a clip gain perspective. So from here, right, versus grabbing a fader and doing it here. And it would be, I think if you were on a live board, right, it'd be less about grabbing these faders and moving them and more about moving where your input is. Like say you had input at the top, right? And we're using those faders, we're leaving those at unity gain, and we're using those I use them for automation or small dB adjustments. So like if we look at here, the faders aren't all over the place. And that's just, what I choose to do. You can absolutely, if you understand gain staging and where your input levels are at. If you want to use it, use faders to move it around, it's fine, especially in the digital world, right? Where we're clicking. If you have an analog board, use the faders. If you're, if you have a control surface that you really like to use, totally fine. But these are the reasons why I'm doing it like this. So when you see me grabbing these and pulling it down 5 dB, it would be the same as if, you were on doing a static fader mix, except for the process or the order in which it affects the plugins that you use. So these are prior to the plugins, whereas the fader would be post. All right. So let's talk about it. Lead vocal and these. So when we talk about foundation and then doing the lead vocals, which is a lot of times part of foundation, the next step is like order of importance. Well, how do we know what's important? Sometimes it's apparent, right? So maybe you have like these rhythmic acoustics that go through the whole session. But in this case, it goes from these hums to some keys with some synths and bells to some vocal chops that are different timbre and transition. And then there's these really heavy chord stacks in here. So it's up to you. I don't really have an answer because it's going to change every time, but it's what you think is the most important at the time. Now, another thing to think about is like if there was a lot of parts playing at once, order of importance is a little bit more relevant, right? Because then we have to say, okay, well, what's driving the song? What's going to get us the best possible result? But in this case, it's sort of each section just is doing its own thing. There's this one section right here where there's a few things that are stacked on top of each other. And it looks like it's just during this verse. But I think I'll just treat these as like, hey, we're just going to knock them out. We're just going to go down the list here and see where they sound good at. So the hardest thing is probably going to be these, I would guess these hums and these vocal chops. So let's just start with the hums and see what we can do with this vocal. So where does it start at? Here. And then it goes to here, right? So let's put a marker in just for fun. We'll call it V1. And intro. Okay. So here we go, verse 1.
Little girl, ugly world, I'm alone in my hell.
All right, and I do feel like this is coming in a little hot on the input based on the processing. Totally fine. I'll just pull it back some leading into it.
Ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
Right, so do you see right there what happened is if I brought it down, I don't know, about 2-3 dB, or actually a little bit more. So it was at 2.8. I think that's where we're at, sort of across the board, or 4.9. But what is happening is I'm using that same vocal chain that I used for this other part. And what I'm realizing is based on the range that she's in now, right? So she's not in these falsettos. There's probably a little bit more amplitude, and it's over compressing.
Little girl, ugly world.
Which is cool, right? It's a sound, it's a vibe, but I feel like it's too much. So instead of going back and reworking like a brand new chain on this, which I could do, but I don't really want to change like the EQ processing and things on that. I think that's okay. I want to focus on how much I'm actually feeding these compressors and these de-essers and those type of things. So I just turn it down. And I just find a spot where it feels like it's the right amount of compression feeding into it just by using the clip gain here. And the reason why I'm doing it now is because I can hear how it's reacting to the compressors. This works most of the time. Sometimes I may have to go back and just process this section differently to try to make it match. But in this case, I think just pulling it down gave us a little bit more natural style compression, especially for this beginning of the song when we don't need that much.
Little girl, ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
And so the thing is too, so we're playing these hums right now, we're playing these other parts, but I'm not basing anything off of these parts, right? These parts have to work with this vocal. So what I'm listening for now is just the way the vocal sounds in this one section to make sure that it's appropriate before I do anything else. And then I'll jump to those hums. So
little girl, ugly world, I'm alone in my hell.
all right. Let's see, let's do this. I just want to hear something. I keep going back to like this little altar boy sound in my head. And I'm just so curious as to what it would sound like if we layered that in here. Plus, there's not a whole lot of stuff in the beat, so those are going to be pretty easy. Let's drop this an octave and turn it down and see what happens. Pitch formant. Put it at 12. Mix. All right, let's turn this down.
Little girl, ugly world, ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
All right, cool. I'll keep that there just in case I want it at some point. Because I'm going to want it. I know I'm going to want it. All right, now let's make this work. So let's listen to these. All right, so Lucy has to win this. So I have to choose on these hums what is most appropriate. What frequencies are most appropriate to get rid of so that Lucy stands out. Let's see what kind of processing is just on these by themselves. Okay, so just like a little bit of like a room or a hole. So there is space where I can like add some of the spatial processing that I already have. I can add it on there. But yeah, let's look at it. Let's try to make it sound good with that actual vocal. So the first thing that we do is we want to mix it with that vocal going. So we want to gain stage that.
Ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
Okay, so the first thing I did was just get the volume right to where it's like now sitting behind Lucy.
Ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me.
Okay, so the cool thing that Chris did, which is a really, really smart move from a producer, is he did not make this section interfere with Lucy at all. So there's only one part, like on this little hit,
I'm alone.
right, where that hits while she's going. There's just a few small parts where that happens. Great. So that means that I don't have to worry about getting them out of the way as much. I'll still do it. I'll do a little side chaining on this one. But it allowed me just to kind of enhance it and let it fill in the spaces that she's not going. So how bright we make this is going to determine how bright the song sounds. Let's first and foremost, let's just take this. I'm going to drop it out of the middle. So I'll start with 5 dB. I'm going to change this just to the midfield here. And we're going to use this vocal bus to trigger it. So now, if we hit this little button, this is external sidechain for the key input. So we changed our key input. And when Lucy, it will only do the dynamic EQing when Lucy is singing. And I'm only going to do it in the midfield. So somewhere in mid-range. I'll do it a little bit lower because it's a darker pop song. But
Ugly world,
right, we see it's only reacting to Lucy.
ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me. Everybody's reaching their way more.
So, and the main thing that I'm listening for here too is that that Lucy's always winning, right? I need Lucy to win this competition since she's not masked at all by these.
Ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me. Everybody's reaching their way more famous.
So, Louisa brought up a good point. She's like, I never know which frequency to duck. Well, the easiest way is to go in and solo this and move it around. Like if you're unsure, and with that lead vocal going at like full value, and then you'll hear what portions of those frequencies. So like a fairly wide cue like this, and you'll hear it where it masks. Now we're not going to hear it as much in this because it's not really going when the vocals are going, but I want you all to get used to this move I'm going to do on this because it's going to allow me to put it in a spot. It's going to allow me to make these sounds really come up and not interfere with Lucy, but still hold space. You know, another thing to think about with this is the what's it going to trust like the amount that you're doing. So if you feel like, you know, maybe you do a few dB, I usually start with 5 and I usually maybe 1,000 hertz. 1K is my starting point. But if you need more, pull it down and see, like, does it feel good? Are we getting a little bit more lead vocal? I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing like 30 dB, but I usually start with about 5. That'll give it enough. That'll give it enough to get the party started, you know. Okay. So let's do some stuff. Let's make these more exciting, right? So let's do some EQing on just the side fields. And anything that you have, I could use Pro Q for this, but I want to do some saturation type things just to see if we can make these sounds more exciting. So we're going to unlink when we switch to mid-side mode. And all the midfielded is when a sound is the exact same either left and right. And your side field is the differences, right? So when the left and the right are not the same. And so that's like what you hear if we, let's see. If we do it from, let's see if I can listen here. Okay, so like this is the midfield.
Ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me.
And that's the side field, right? So there's this information on the side that's different than exactly what's in the middle. And that's what kind of gives us like a stereo image, right? The differences between the left and the right. So we can EQ these things and we can lift and raise. A lot of times when we think about width, it's kind of the sides coming up some. There's different ways to do it, but so that's what I'm trying to affect on this is kind of bring the sides up.
Ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me.
So this is just the sides. Okay. And so I'm going to pull this up and let's see, let's saturate it some. Let's put some low mid in it, right? Everybody's scared of this like 400 or 500. Let's see what happens when we mess with it. And let's do 5K. Make it big. I'm going to actually bring the mid down a little bit. Without it. All right, wait, one more time. This is without the plugin. Ready? Okay, so now we have a lot more width, some more energy into it. Let's see how it feels with the lead vocal.
Ugly world.
Oh, didn't want us to be great today.
ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone help me.
Okay, so what I'm hearing now is like it is sounding good, but we're boosting a little bit of presence in 2K, and I really want this to sit behind the vocal, like as far as like texture wise. So let's put this in stereo mode and let's find that. Search and destroy.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone help me.
All right.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone help.
Cool. Very cool. Let's throw that mix wave on there. Let's put a little weight on it. See if that does anything.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone help me.
All right. And then we could do a little spatial processing with this, but that's feeling pretty good. What about that? Put some weight. What if we do like some saturation? Let's add some like grit to it. So I've been digging these Safari pedals lately, but I haven't really got to explore a lot of them. What is this cassette bunny? Let's see what this does. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone help me. Ugly world. I'm alone in my head.
All right, so now let's listen to it. And we'll just get a loop here. Let's listen to it with no processing versus processing.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone. Ugly world. I'm alone in my head.
Okay, cool. Cool, very cool. So now it feels good. I'm not going to spend any more time on that. Let's, at some point you just gotta have to be like, hey, whatever, it's done. But let's add some spatial processing now to see if we can make it fit a little bit more the same space that Lucy is in.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone. 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 Ugly world.
All right. Then, so that's feeling good. Just little stuff, right? We're just the whole idea is like, let's make this sound like it's coming from the same space, right? Because if it's too disjointed, even if the vocal sounds great, but these sounds don't sound like they're coming from the same place, then we're gonna have a problem. So
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone.
okay, so that's feeling good. And let's pull this back just a hair in the middle.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head.
And we'll do volume down just a bit more.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head. Someone.
So what I'm listening for now is that I don't want to push everything to the front, but there's nothing to block this. There's nothing to get in the way of this sound. And by compressing it, because there's not really this dynamic difference between things, right? So we're not if you think like a jazz saxophonist or something where there's like right, so they're like hitting like these accents. Well, that's important. We don't want to compress those out, but these are sort of like the same level. So having this locked in like that, I can actually set it within the layers that we've already established from front to back. So we hear it, we can hear it at these different levels, but if we push it to the front, then it distracts from Lucy. So just for experiment purposes, right?
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head.
And we could put it there if we wanted to, right? Or we could put it.
Ugly world. I'm alone in my head.
I worry at that volume. The other volume, it doesn't really evoke the emotion, right, that I was expecting it to do. And then at this volume, it distracts from Lucy. So that's the idea. And when we get really good control over this and we have a ton of depth, well, we can set these within that layer. And we can hear the layers of our reverbs and where those go back another layer. So we have this front to back, right? And we think panning left and right, space here, up and down frequencies. But even within this, the depth, we have this layer, this layer. Yeah, maybe the snare, kick, and the vocals are up here, but then there's these layers. But then there's this layer back here. So if we make space, we can hear all these little layers. And we can play around with those, right? So boom, that one's knocked out. I'm not going to play with that anymore. Let's see what's going on with these keys when this comes in.
My help.
So it's just layering a little bit. Let's see. Let's see what's happening with these heavier ones up here.
Miles above. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Okay. So what I think I'm going to do is I want a little more weight out of these, right? I want some more low mid weight. And so let's put it in. I'm going to still mess with the side field here, but let's put it, I'm going to go pretty wide and we'll do something like, Spectre's awesome. You can kind of get these different like even harmonics, odd harmonics. We'll go to tube.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you?
All right. Let's do, I don't want to freeze that yet. I'm taxing it a little bit today, y'all. Take these, freeze them. Just freeing up some resources. Sometimes with Zoom, on Zoom calls, the system doesn't want to let it do it. And when I have to use my laptop screen. So.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
Cool. All right. We have this section. Now we're actually working on like the original section that we worked on. Let's add this. There's a lot of stuff going on here too. Let's add our synth and bell. See what's happening.
Miles above, I'm out of luck.
Oh, this is a good one, right? Because what we hear is this sound, right? And it has sort of this sustain, sort of this dirt, like shh, but it's going bloop, 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 right? It's giving us some of those low mids. But the beauty in this is now we have some transient information, right? We have that we can probably pull out. Whereas on some of the keys and those vocal chops, there was, but they're more meant to be like a ha ha. These are bloop 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 bloop. We're bouncing the ball. So let's bring that ball out. This is where we can get really funky with some of these transient shapers. And what we can do is we can make this bloop, 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 bloop. We can make that stand out without bringing it up. So if I don't do that, if I just bring this all the way up, I'm going to use this to turn the gain up and not just like the transients. Watch how much space the noise bed in it takes up.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
Which is cool, but what did we lose? In the chat, does anybody notice what we lost as we turned those up? That we worked so hard on. Almost. Starts with an R. Reverb. There we go, Chris. You got it first. You and ice cream cone. Yeah, so now we've covered up our reverb, right? We don't have that pretty reverb that we really worked out for the vocals. Well, the reverb kind of lives in, if we're talking about layers, let's talk about 5. The reverb is really living in like 4 or 5 of our depth layer. And I've never used these numbers before. Maybe it works. Let's see. But say like we have these 5 layers of depth, right? So they're like in this 4 or 5 range. And so we're eating that up with that. But what if we leave that noise back, like in that 5, so that the reverb still can sit on top of it, but we bring the bloop, 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 bloop. What if we bring those out by increasing the transients in these? And let's see if we can make those stand out without covering up our reverbs.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Cool. Right? So now we've got the bloop, 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 like those things. Super fun. Really help it move and keep it dark. Now I actually feel like the keys are a little too bright, but I'll put another EQ on those just to dip out what I'm not liking. And we hear our reverbs, but now I have space. So let's do without it. All this is doing is I'm just bringing up the transients. You can basically EQ transients with this. It does a good job of like over the course of a sound with something like instruments or even like a full mix of like bringing the transients out in a musical way. Where sometimes transient shapers get a little bit too like blunk, 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 blunk. I don't want that. I just want it to keep the length that it has, but just bloop, 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 bloop versus the bed that's in there. So without it,
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
all right. And there's just one little frequency in this that I don't like in these keys. And maybe we do the mid thing again, right? Maybe we find it in here and dip it out with when the lead vocal's going.
Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me.
All right, that one.
Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Miles above, I'm out of luck. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
Okay, awesome. Let's see what's going on here. We got these little vocal chop stack things. Let's see what's happening. So now I'm just adding, right? We're just piecing it together because a lot of these just aren't playing at the same time. Let's see.
Can't you hear it? You serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous.
Okay, these are very present. Let's see what happens. We use a little trick here. It might work, might not work. This is like some pro level stuff that I use like 1 out of every million mixes. So maybe it works. This is an auto panner, right? And we'll make the width max and we'll make the rate as fast as possible. We'll go here, back and forth. So it's throwing it left and right really quickly. All right. Let's get this just a little bit less here. Very cool. All right, let's throw some of this spatial processing on it. And normally I wouldn't solo it like this, but I do think it's just fun for you all to hear kind of like what I'm thinking on it. So I'm kind of pushing it out. I don't know. It's just like auto panning super fast, but because of how rhythmic it is, it's working. All right, now we're hearing it. So let's turn this down a little bit. And then let's see if we can make it poke out with that transient shaper. Another one. Let's use a different one. Let's use Smack Attack. See how it sounds.
Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Can't you hear it? Are you serious?
So now we're hearing it. We're not hearing anything that's like covering up the lead vocal. You know, this would be this is more experimental than I would typically go on a mix, but it's fun. We're doing it here. And it's because they sound great, right? Remember when we talked about how much time or how much energy we have to enhance things? This is an example of that. Because there's not any problems. Everything, we could leave it as it is and it works. But like, what can we really do to enhance it to make it better to where it feels great? And that's sort of the main parts. There's this heavy part here. Let's see what's going on with that. Okay, so there's ad-libs happening on this. Let's see what happens when we add the ad-libs. All right, so let's do the same thing with this. We're going to drop our Pro Q on there with that mid scooped out. We're going to shift it up a little bit. Find it. Because we don't want to lose her. I might have to EQ her just a little bit to stand out in the mix because it's kind of washed out. But here, let's jump in, mess with the sides again on this. The Vertigo, the VSM3. So this is just going to add some saturation. So one of the things that I like about Lucy's vocal, especially with the Focusrite pre that I'm hearing in that ISA channel that I'm not used to hearing with her, is the grit, right? So it's adding some harmonic saturation. And these are great. The problem with a lot of these sounds is if she was on a cleaner signal like a U87 that didn't have quite the harmonic content, it would be fine. We'd do like super hi-fi. But because it's a little grittier, but it's still detailed, I'm trying to bring out gritty in all these other sounds, just to make them feel like they're coming from the same space. So this is a great plugin for just some cool coloration. I usually like to start with this MS Master because by default it's kind of like brushed. I'll show you, like as you pop it on. About it. So it's actually working for this, but let's see what happens if we kind of lift up on these sides a little bit. And so we can change like what frequency band we're lifting here. We can push it to mid or side here, and then add some drive in that. So let's put it on. Let's see how it feels in the mix. I think it felt a little bit dark. It's just a hair dark. Let's see what happens if we add some to the top here. Let's do highs here. There you go. Oh man, that is an awesome reverb at the end of that. I don't know where that reverb's come from, but it is sick. Great choice. Great production choice. From Chris there. From Dakota. All right, and let's do just a little bit more top in those little bloop, 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 bloops. And this might be something that I automate for this section, but let's just see if it feels good in here. Let's actually use the TB Tech, and let's do another transient shaper. Let's make just the top end of it poke. Compared to how it sounded before. We're going transient shaper crazy today, Caleb. We're
You
all the
always
way
do.
in. That's
You
right.
always do.
Okay, we'll bring this down. We'll bring
I
this
think
down.
that's your favorite tool.
Well, I'm so fascinated with depth because I have synesthesia, and I really think that that's transient shapers help define within this whatever crazy psychedelic imagery that I have in my head from this music. And so it's
Yeah.
like, oh, I can actually like refine what's going on within the depth. Like you said in Les Mis, right? It's the faces. Right now I'm giving everybody faces, even though they're not quite as bright as
Yep.
the character on the middle stage. So,
Love it.
and you can do this, everybody does this differently, right? I'm using it this way because that's what I have in front of me. You'll give me the next mix and you won't see hardly any of this stuff. So we just get this way by shooting in the gym, right? We got to put the reps in. This All right, so now let's listen to it. We hear it a little bit in context, which is good, right? Because I still don't want to distract. All right, so now what you notice is that we are hearing it on the sides, but we're also hearing it like poke through differently. And so I'm really just kind of trying to take out that space of where like this would compete with the lead vocal up the middle. So let's add in our ad lib. So these are they're a little bit extra, and I'm gonna pop one more EQ on the back because these harmonics are adding to this. I don't want to like pull it off before because that might mess with the way that they're like giving you what they're giving with the harmonics. So we're almost done here. I know we still got to do our contest, so I'm just gonna go through. I'm gonna add some of the other parts. A lot of times with sound effects, Atmos stuff, I'm just leaving them. I'm just making them sound good. That right there. Let's do dynamic EQ so it only does it when we need it. All right, I want you to hear now as we push this up on the sides just a little bit. We're taking out like the harsh, the scratchy at this 3K here, and when it reaches like the top, right, the highest amplitude, it goes almost even with the snare. So now I'm playing with my cube of like these sounds that are sustained energy, but they go, and I'm letting them stop right there. All right. Cool. So let's add these in. All right, got that. Let's see what's happening at the end. All right, so what I'm going to do here with those, I'm going to throw in the same reverb that I have and see if that just makes it feel a little bit more like it's from the same place. There we go. Let's add a little bit more of that first reverb. Let's put it at 25. All right, let's put some more room on it. Let's go crazy. Unity gain. A little off that. Let's add some of this. 15. Too much. 20. All right, cool. Let's see what's going on here.
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
Those are just a hair loud. Let's lift the sides on this. We'll get funky. We'll put something like CLA vocals on it, right? So a lot of times now when I start to get towards the end of it, I get very like fast. I get very like vibe. Because I already have a great vibe. I just want to add to it. So I'm not like overthinking anything. Let's throw the stereo on this. On the top, we'll do something. We'll wet it up a little bit more. Let's see how that feels.
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
Let's see what this is saying. It's this one. Okay, so let's get a little bit of this mid-range out of it. All right, we can see it right in there.
Heaven help me.
That one right there. Let's do this. We'll go 5. We'll do it on spectral. Let's make it wide. So it's just going to catch it on our own. We don't have to go too crazy with it. Right, so listen how it's resonant here, and now it's not. Because it's almost just like one tone. I mean, there is somewhat of an overtone series. But I put it on this spectral mode, which is a lot like what Soothe does. And it's just catching them as they go.
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
And there's one little one in this one. There's a scratchy one up here.
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
All right, let's do this. We'll throw the CLA vocals on here. Let's get some more of these effects going on here. Nothing crazy, not overthinking it. Then let's throw a compressor on the back of it. We'll do that crazy one, the Magma Stress Box. So just catching a vibe.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above.
All right, and I'm going to do this just to show you guys a cool little trick because I think it would be good. And that seems to be it. Hold on, before I do that, let me see these background vocals.
I'm out of love when they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
Put some more bass in that. So now as I'm hearing it, like there's a few parts that come up. Let's see what this one sounds like if we put more bass in it.
I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
right, that felt good.
I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
All right, we'll turn it down just a hair.
I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help.
Last thing, these little snares. So like I said, I know I'm moving fast, but just hang out with me. Stay here with me. I'll put a little room on these snares.
I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself.
All right, cool. On those. What is that come in super loud?
I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself. Heaven help me.
All right, cool. Let's automate these up. We'll just get one good one. And so we can write these in, but let's just play it like a musician because we're still musicians. Ah, it's hating on me. There you go, almost there. Cool. And so now when we see it, now it does the little automation that we made. Right here. Cool. Everything sounded good. All right, so the last thing I wanted to show you is this. Then I'll do a little saturation on the mix bus and we'll be done. I think a reverse reverb would sound really cool here. So to do reverse reverb, what we do is we take this. I'm going to duplicate this track and just slide it down. So we take the tip of this sound, right? Mop. Then you want to reverse it. So we'll go. In Audio Suite in Pro Tools, we can actually apply a plugin like to an audio file and it prints it automatically. But here we're just going to reverse it. And then we're going to keep this up. And we're going to make a long reverb tail. So let's find a reverb. Something like, I always like these Manny M stereo. Okay. Then we render that reverb, right? So we see this reverb tail, and then we reverse it again. Boom. Now we've got sort of this build up into this part, which I think would sound really cool here. And then I will listen to it and we will make it the correct length. So. Okay. So let's turn it down some. Let's see.
I'm sick of myself.
All right, it's doing it in like a funny key and a funny pitch, so I'm not even gonna mess with it. We're just gonna leave it how it was.
Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself. My miles above.
All right, and then let's bring this down. So I'll bring that miles above down 2.5 dB. One more listen.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, miles above.
We'll go down 5.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above.
One more, because it's playing by itself, so it's going to jump off that limiter. And then that wah. Where's that wah coming from?
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, miles above.
Somewhere in here. I don't know. Okay. So lastly, when we talk about mastering like within a session, really what we're doing is more of like saturation to me, like maybe a little bit of mix bus compression. So nothing crazy. I'll add kind of what I normally do. Let's do maybe a little VCA compression on this. So I like the API 2500. It's great for this. And from here, I like to do in old mode, so feedback mode. Rob can explain all feedback forward to you. Just send him a message. We have long debates over this, but it'll tighten it up just a little bit.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, miles above.
And what I'm going to do too here is I'm going to cut this down just a hair. I'm going to go to this more dense part when these heavy synths are playing, and because that's going to give us like a more accurate representation of what's going on in the heavy parts. Then I like to use like a lot of preamp emulations, kind of just to give it a little bit more color. So the Mixwave, the CA70S is great for that because it gives me that weight that I'm looking for. But I'm using it very sparingly, right? So dry wet at like 85%, but I'm boosting the lows here. Got it. All right, cool. Then we'll use something like infuse. We'll lift the sides a little bit. Let's see how that feels. Maybe add a little bit of saturation, but nothing crazy. So all these things that I'm doing are just very small moves. I'm not doing like heavy EQing or anything like that. Ah, my computer's struggling today. One more, and I just recently I love these plugins from Mixwave, but this VT 15, it's based on the VT7, I think the VT8, but they're together. So I'm not gonna do much with these. I'm just gonna they kind of have a tone in its own. So without it, maybe we get through it. We're almost there. You gotta let us have this one fix the mix here. Okay, I'm just going to freeze a couple of these really quickly, and then we'll be done. And so all I'm doing here is really just using these for some coloration, right? I'm maybe lifting the sides a little bit on the mix bus. And of course, like this would be a first pass. So this would be something where I say like, okay, send this off to the producer, to the client to see what they say. I'll do something like this. On the attack, we'll make it medium threshold. Fast release on this. Excuse me, medium attack, fast release. A lot of times I would do slow and fast, but I feel like this one gets really, really slow. So I'm going to do just like a hair bit of compression. About a dB, then I'll make it up here. We'll do a half dB up. Okay, cool. And let's see, we don't even need this one. Make it inactive. Didn't use the little Ultra Boy, and I thought we would. So what I'll let you hear is like with the plugins off with just our limiter and then what I added to it for our master. So you just get an idea of like what I'm doing enhancement wise. This is with just the limiters on. All right, and now this is when I add the plugins for my master, just get a little more color. So sorry about that, y'all. One more time, I think it's cool. So I'll switch in the middle. Right, so it just kind of fills out. Yeah, and that is it. I'll do one run through. Let me try to freeze some of these. Is that cool, Caleb?
Yeah, one run through, call it a day. It sounded
Yeah.
great.
Sweet.
Lots of good questions in chat. Been trying to keep up.
Yeah, thanks. I see him firing off, and I'm just like, it's hard to do
Can
both.
only do so much.
Oh, is Brad in here? I know Brad's talking junk.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, where are the guitars, dude? Brad's my guy. So,
Don't come at me with the poolside vibes, Brad.
right? He's
Nobody
like,
knows
I spilled my white Russian, dude. All right. So, and here, yeah, Brad knows that. And then we just label it really quick. We'll call sick of myself. Call it BP mix 1. Look at that. And let's see if I can print it. Well, let's do it. Hopefully there's nothing crazy going on in here that I missed.
Little girl, ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me.
All right, maybe I'll just try to play it.
Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
Well, that's what happens when you make it too good, when you make it too cool.
Too hot.
It's too hot.
Can't
I'll
be
do one
released
more
out in the
thing.
world.
We'll freeze this, and then if it doesn't work after that, you guys are gonna have to trust me. It sounds pretty good.
Oh, we know it.
So
The playthrough is really just for the OCD folks that are like, I gotta hear it once.
I gotta hear it one time.
My day,
I'm
it's
right
not
there
gonna
with
be
you.
okay.
So,
Too many transient shapers, man.
that's right.
Bummer did it.
Yeah, lots of things. I'm rocking on my laptop too, so I can use the screen. But you know, so some of us might have unlimited CPU, and that's awesome, and you can do whatever you want and go crazy, and I love that for you. And then sometimes like we have to figure it out, right? And so it's like when we have deadlines, we have stuff to hit, like, hey, if we know we like something, cool, freeze it, keep it going. And that's a beautiful part about freezing it too, is that we can really just, leave it there. So there's not really much going on other than this crazy reverb channel, and I'll freeze that too. It's gonna take too long. All right, one more try here. Fingers crossed, everybody.
Little girl, ugly world, I'm alone in my hell. Someone help me. Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself. Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's so Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I'm sick of myself. Heaven help me.
You got it.
So yeah, on listen through, I might bring those vocals down like a dB and a half, 2 dB, maybe a little mid range stuff, but I kind of like them how like thick they are on that. And the last thing I do want to really quickly look at what our LUFS level is. So I'm going to turn these back up. So in Pro Tools it reads post. On the master faders, it's actually the plugins are post fader. That's the only channel that does that. But I'm just curious, like in this like heavy part of where everything was at loudness wise, because it feels really loud. So I don't know. Let's see. Just one quick listen and then we'll be done. Let's see. So something to keep in mind, right? We're kind of fluctuating between like this 7 and this 9. If it was continuous, because it comes in and comes out, our LUFS reading is going to be lower. But
A lot of space.
if you got to be really, really careful with arrangements like this, because like that reading, if you're shooting for like this specific number, it's not going to get there. It's more about like how it felt. And to me, it felt loud and felt good and clean. So I just left it at that. But yeah, so that's the last thing. Like if you guys are like a number 7 stickler or whatever, like you might get that on this, but you might have to push it too far for it to be sustained at that, because it's not playing, that bass is not hitting all the time. So that's it. That's that's the mix for you.
My job as mastering engineer is to take that and push it further than Kevin would want to get it sounding great.
Yeah, man, make it sound better. So,
all right. Sounded great, man. Well done.
do we want to listen to some of these mixes?
Yeah, let's do it. Excited for this. Now, hey, listen. If you made the finals, good job. There's still more work to do. Don't get complacent. If you didn't make the finals, there's still more work to do. Don't get discouraged. Just keep going. This is for fun. Let's be supportive of each other. None of this, my mix was better stuff. Chris actually went through every one of the, I think, around 100 submissions this morning. Listened to each and every one. He picked the final 6. Feel me? But that said, congratulations to David, Mitko, Jason, Aaron, Peter, John. Let's listen through these. Let's listen to a section. What's the best section, Kevin, do you think, to judge?
Probably like maybe measure 29-ish, like where that you can see where it changes in there. Or yeah, maybe like 23 through 43 or something like that. So we can hear the 2 different variations. Whatever you think is the appropriate amount of time for everybody. But yeah, something like in there.
All right. We'll start with David. Now, remember, we'll go through these a couple times quick, but remember these names, because I'm going to have y'all vote on the top 3 that's going to get those prizes. Let's check it out. Let's make sure. Let's see. Make sure my volume's not too loud. How's this?
I'm sick of myself.
It sounds funny.
Good or bad?
Bad. It sounds like it's coming through your speakers or something
Oh, we
versus like
probably
the direct
need to
audio.
spare my audio settings and switch them to Zoom. How about now?
I'm sick of myself.
Loud enough or louder?
That's good.
It's good. Okay. Let's check it.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. I'm sick of myself.
Nice. Good stuff in there. What'd you think, Kev?
It's good. It's good. I really liked the texture of everything. Like they had a really rich, very expensive texture on that.
Let's do favorite thing and thing to work on.
Yeah, favorite thing I think was like the texture, especially on the vocals. Thing to work on is I think the kick and bass sound. I felt like the kick was kind of like flubby almost sounding. Like it wasn't as solid of an impact. So I'd like
All
to
right,
hear.
here we go.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me.
What do you think there, Kev?
That was cool. That was a cool snare reverb on that. That was a really cool snare reverb. I thought the instrumental on that sounded really good, maybe a little more bass, but I felt like the vocals probably maybe a little bit more treatment to those to get them to shine in the track. But the depth was great on that one.
They were a little raw, right?
Yeah, they just felt a little raw compared to everything else.
I agree. And sometimes that's the vibe too. I've heard tracks like
Hey.
that.
Right? If you like it, I love it.
Here we go. Here's Jason.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me.
Nice.
Yeah. That was cool. There's some funky panning on that first synth hit, which was cool. That's more of a production thing, but your center was really focused on that. I think you did a good job of like vocal kick snare, but the energy up on around the sides, like with the rest of the instrumental, I feel like we could have got a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, I agree. Just like more energy from everything else.
But your center was good. Like your foundation was really, really solid.
Yeah. Aaron. Congrats. Here we go.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me.
Another nice one.
Yeah, that one, good energy. It was good. I think across the board, everything was like really solid on it. It was a good mix. I do feel like it was like lacking a little bit of low end. Like the kick felt
Punch.
really tight, but then like the bottom end never swelled up to fill in that space.
I was kind of hoping for just a hair more impact on the kick.
Yeah, it
As
was
well.
kind of real pokey.
Just wanted that to, I wanted to feel a little bit more, but all these are great. Good job,
And
everyone.
we were on a time crunch. This is
Hey, yeah.
so it had to get them in.
And you always will be, by the way.
That's right.
Get used to it. There's another. Peter.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me.
Another nice one.
Yeah. I like that one. I like that one on the hooks for sure. I thought that sounded really good. It was a little bright on the vocals, but I felt like in the verses it was also kind of scooped, which it was, that's it's a cool variation between the two, but I really like I really like the hooks on it. The choruses were done really, really well.
If I had to guess, I think the problem would have come because there's some build up around like 300-ish area in the instrumental. So I think probably what you do then is to compensate for that, you're pushing the vocal brightness up to cut through, and all you really needed to do was carve out a little bit more of that that up like lower mid range.
Yeah, just let it be natural.
Read it up. But
It's a little hot on the limiter too. I mean, I like loud and I like dangerous, so like that's cool, but um with something like this where there's not that constant thing, it'll sometimes push things like those low mids up a lot more. So that would make sense why those vocals are a little brighter.
kind of fun. I always think of when I teach about bringing all the other instruments around the foundation, I always talk about how you're like filling in sand in the waveform because that foundation
Mhm.
is like the depth between the bottom of your waveform and the top of your waveform. So it's like there's room there to fill it in. If you look at the one Jason's that didn't have as much
Right.
energy, look how much less sand
Mhm.
is in there between the body and the peaks. That's
Yeah.
just kind of an interesting way to visualize it.
Yeah.
Okay. One last one here. Mr. John, congrats.
I'm sick of myself. Miles above, I'm out of love. When they laugh, it's all at me. Can't you hear it? Are you serious? Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me.
That was cool. That was cool. Yeah, that one definitely the energy you really did a good job of like putting the sand in, right? Like Caleb was talking about, filling in the spaces across the mix. So, and I'm not gonna hold this against you all, but that one was almost like a tired ears top end to me, to where like we start adding more top end as our ears get tired to compensate for it. So like maybe needed a little bit of de-essing, or maybe if you boosted the top end on the master, like maybe not quite as much. But the fundamentals are there, right? The general direction is really there. It's just some tweaks, I think, to pull back that top end. But I like that one. That was a good one.
Go through them quickly again. I was going to give my vote personally to whoever fixed that clipping that happened in the preamp phase for Lucy's vocal at around 33, but none of you did, so I'm going to hold off today. I was just hoping somebody caught that, including Kevin. Come on, man. Come
I
on.
don't care about that, man. That's not
Come
make
on.
or break. Get out of here, man.
Take a break. Come on.
We're on a deadline, man. No one cares about that. They should have done a better job tracking. This is what you get. This is your fault, Chris.
That's right. Chris is fired. Real quick, let's do this drop part and then we'll vote.
Everybody's rich and they're way more famous. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it.
To do this part.
I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me.
Really cool idea on that snare.
Man, I wouldn't have done that, but that's a dangerous person right there.
Cool. Be dangerous.
I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me.
Yes.
I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I don't have a chance, no. I don't have a chance, no hope I won't make it. Heaven help me. I don't have a chance, no.
All right, let me throw up a poll. Go ahead and vote. Who do you like?
I'm not allowed to vote. Boo.
Y'all did a great job, and I'm sure there were other great ones in there too. If you didn't make it and you felt like you should, it's possible. It's on us for missing it, but I don't think it does you very much good to think that way. I would just double down on what you're learning, push harder, keep coming back, keep trying again. That's the mindset of successful folks. It's rigged.
Oh, if it was rigged, I would have been in there. I'd have won it.
Yeah.
I would have liked that push.
The winner stole my mix. The die, my homework.
That's right. We are.
All right.
Go ahead.
219 of 331 of you have voted. What the rest of you doing? Come on.
We are DAWists over here, right? It's like we judge your mixes on the DAW that you use.
Yeah, yeah. We're like, oh, this was definitely done in Reaper.
For sure.
Minus 1 point.
Somebody's on Bitwig in here. Let's get him out of there. Just kidding. All DAWs are equal. It literally does not matter.
Damien will come after you if you knock on Bitwig, man.
That's all right. I'll just call everybody I know and ask
Just
them
point,
what doll they use.
just point at your
And
record. Point
they'll
at your
point
gold
all
record.
over the place. I'll be like, oh, Ableton, Logic, even some FL. Not one of them will say Bitwig. But you know what? I bet you it's a good doll. If Damien likes it, for as much as Damien is into all this, I
Mhm.
guarantee you it's a good doll.
Yep.
There's also no sound differences between dolls. It's just ones and zeros, folks. Use whatever you want.
All right, I'll give you 30 seconds. Vote if you haven't. Only 68% of you have done so. Come on, make your voices heard. It's very close between first and second, a little drop off to third, but pretty clear winners. We'll give it 10 more seconds to announce the winners. Who's going to get, I think everyone gets that, all of them, right? The
Yeah, all
69.
three of them get the same thing. All three of the prizes.
If you're a winner, reach out to me, caleb@mastering.com. I'll probably forward you on to Rob. He'll take care of you, get you connected with that stuff. For those of you who didn't win today, keep coming back, keep trying, keep showing up. Appreciate y'all. It's been a great, amazing event. I really appreciated everyone being great in the chat, helping each other out, being encouraging, learning a lot, asking great questions. Kevin, thanks again. But without further ado, the winners of the May 2026 Fix the Mix Challenge Focusrite Edition are John, you did it.
Yeah, man.
That's your first one, isn't it? Robbed.
John, Mitko, Peter.
It's a win being here. Mitko in the second, Peter in the third. John, I don't think you. Peter, great job. John, you did it. Congrats, man. I know how hard you work. Mitko as well. Peter as well. All of you. Great job. Hit me up. Happy to get you that stuff. Again, it's been great. Thank you all so much for being here. You're all coming away with a little bit more confidence, a little bit more information. Let's keep going. Let's keep pushing. And I hope to see a lot of you on the very fun Radio Ready Single event. I'll share that one more time. Just for those of you, oh, this is the wrong one. Just some of you are asking for that. Here it is. Asking for that link again. Let's go. It's time to make some music. Here it is again. Till tomorrow, get that 100 off. This code is without these, by the way, if anyone's confused by that. This is the code. Thank you all so much. Go to mastering.com/RRS. Let's get this intensive filled up. We'll get rocking. If enough of you join, maybe we'll do some early bird meetups and something. Get the ball rolling a little bit beforehand because this won't start for a few weeks. But yeah, happy to do that and excited to see a lot of you there. Thanks again, Kev.
And thanks for having me. I'd love to be here. Anytime you want me, I'm around.
Absolutely. All right. Have a great Thursday, y'all. We'll see you on the next one.
All right. Later, y'all.
Peace.